My part go do a few things, but that's one that she was an amazing knitter. She just, I have 60 sweaters in my closet.
Look at the cake.
Oh, thanks. I wear this one the most because it's black.
Yeah, it goes with every year.
But I have many to choose from, and some I can't even reach. So yeah, it's one way I can't even remember her. Okay. So is Mr. Lavoie coming today, or is he out too?
He was here earlier. He did consent.
Oh, so then he's here. Oh, wow. And Mr. Drury. We do have our quorum. It's emerging. Good. This is one of these. There we go. That's better. Hey, Michael. So we got 2 minutes. Well, I didn't actually prepare for being leader today, so I'll be catching up. Okay, thank you. And another pocket today to pin it on. How do you like that? Okay. Behind me, so we don't need it. Nice. Okay. Do we have a quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 9. That makes a quorum.
Yep.
Okay.
5 is a quorum.
I think we're ready to go. I don't know our assistant's name today.
Amber.
Amber, okay, great. Amber, can you let CCTV know we're ready? Great, thank you. We're good, okay. Seeing a quorum present, I'd like to, Mr. Drury, so you know as well, I'd like to convene what's today's date, the 25th, February 25th session of the Historic Landmarks Commission. I'd like to open public comment. It's a time when people can come up and speak on any issue that's not on the agenda. Seeing no public comment, seeing no speaker slips, I'll close public comment and move on to the next thing. I think what do we do next? The consent agenda?
No, approval of the minutes.
Oh, approval of the minutes, thank you. Good thing you're sitting next to me. All right.
That's good.
Is anybody?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, I'll start with Mr. Commissioner
I have a,
to my left,
I have a comment for page 7.
Mahan. Yes, comments on
Page 7, item 2 of the motion, where on the second line, it says, we're talking about the sloping the sill to the windows and move the windows closer to the fenestration. I don't think that's appropriate,
Yeah.
because fenestration is the same thing as windows. What we wanted to do was move the window sash to the middle, the midpoint of the wall.
correct.
So maybe it should say something like that. Move the window sash to the midpoint of the wall where the existing door is being replaced.
Yeah, that's better.
I think I agree with that. Okay,
That's all I have. Sir.
that was okay, Commissioner Rios.
I would like, on page 3, item number 3, when Commissioner Mahan reported on the recipients for historic landmark, I would think it would be appropriate that their names be mentioned. Because if these minutes are reviewed 50 years from now, they're going to wonder who won what. And I would like to see the people acknowledged.
So
and
let-
named in the minutes.
That would be great. I think you're
Oops,
Mike.
I'm sorry, I wasn't on.
So let's help the staff. Commissioner Mahan, could you list who the recipients were so that way
The recipients,
We have them.
you have it, so you're good.
We'll add 'em.
All right, so you'll add them. We don't need to, great,
I'll
recount
refer
it.
that to Jaime Levon.
Okay, great.
And there's one other point I'd like to make. On page number 2, item number D, the city landmark tree known as the Francisci flame tree, I would like the notation to be made that cuttings have been propagated so that they are aware that this tree isn't just completely gone. There are cuttings being propagated.
But there's some
Replaced.
offspring. Okay, I think that's a good add.
Good.
Any other comments from the commission? We still need a motion.
So move.
Thank you. Okay, so moved by Arias, seconded by Mahan. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, well, so Drury abstains, Lavoy abstains. Any others? Okay, motion passes. Now, can we go into the consent calendar? Or do we go to announcements?
Consent.
I think we do consent. Yes, thank you. So, Ms.
Item,
Kaufman.
yes. Item A, 11 Garden Street, final approval with conditions. Item B, 715 Chapala Street, final approval with conditions. Item C, 6 West De La Guerra Street, continued 2 weeks. Item D, 635 State Street, final approval with conditions. Item E, 1224 Laguna Street, continued 2 weeks. Item F, 40 East Anapamu Street, final approval as submitted. And item G, 311 Castilla Street, final approval with conditions. And all items except item G were reviewed by Commissioner Lavoy. Item G was reviewed by Commissioner Suding.
Okay. Do I have a
Make a
motion?
motion to approve it as submitted.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mahan, second by Arias. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, now we have announcements. Ms. Kaufman, any announcements?
Commissioners Vena, Schallenberger, and Suding will be absent. Commissioner Murray is stepping down from item 4, 1978 Mission Ridge Road. And then Nicole has an announcement about the California Preservation Conference.
Okay.
The California Preservation Conference this year is in San Diego, and if any of you are interested in going, let us know. Let Jaime or I know so we
What
can.
are the dates?
They are April 29th through May 2nd, and they do have some interesting workshops this year. So I'll pass the brochure down, and we always offer an opportunity for training for you all. So let us know.
Will you be attending?
I'm not sure I will, but usually one staff goes to at least a day or two. We're trying to work out that. We give the commissioners the first
First choice?
opportunity.
I went last year with Michelle Betarg.
Oh, you did?
Oh, it's wonderful.
Oh, great. Okay, well, hopefully one of the commissioners will get to attend. Mr. Lamone, looks like you have an announcement.
Yeah, I know.
Please
Your neighborhood.
share them.
Friend
The
down
first
there.
announcement is just to
You're not on.
To let the commissioners know that the semi-annual joint meeting between City Council and Planning Commission on a workload in the Planning Division is scheduled for next week, Thursday, March 5th, in this room. The chairs are typically invited to attend. I don't know at this point if Mr. Suding has said he'd like to attend, but definitely as it was 6 months ago, where this commission asked that there be more focus on our historic district and ordinance, and has yet to come to fruition. If you would like to express those sentiments to Council and Planning Commission, this would be the time to do so.
Becoming historic.
Yes. Yes. I believe it starts at 9 a.m. in this room. 9 to 11, I believe, is the time frame.
Questions?
Yes.
When I asked you the last time about the historic, the ordinances, you said they were in the city attorney's office.
They're
They're still residing in the city
That's
attorney's
correct.
office?
That's correct. And I believe part of the concern is that the workload and the type of ordinances that he, specifically Mr. Vincent, who's in charge of this ordinance, is faced with dealing. And some priority supposedly was given 6 months ago, but again, he's mandated to follow through on certain expectations also. So we're seeking that, again, focus be made so we can pursue this. It's been 2 years since it's been at the Ordinance Committee, so.
So does anybody from the commission want to come and, you know, obviously Chair Suding hopefully will be able to attend, but does anybody else want to come to voice advocacy for the element for having it move forward?
Mr. Chair, I think last time we also asked that the council give consideration to pursuing the issue of buildings not being built pursuant to plans.
Right. Mr. Mahan, there will be a report, I believe, from our Community Development Director on some of the changes that we've made in the last 6 months that has made progress in that area.
Yeah, I've heard good things.
Good.
Things are changing.
Yes. So that'll now be another issue that could be discussed.
I might be able to attend part of it. What I would say is if there's some strong opinions or something that would like to be shared, send it through in an email. So I'll make sure Phil Suding has it. I'll make sure I have it. And maybe one of us would be able to bring it along with us. Voice.
Fine. The second announcement is just, again, a reminder that we do have a pending appeal for the project at 1320 Olive, right? Okay. Olive.
What's that about?
That was a duplex structure in the Lower Riviera Special Design District that was
The
approved.
I missed
Bungalow
Bungalow
that meeting.
District. And
I didn't realize it got
so we'll
appealed.
need someone from this commission to represent at council on April 7th. That's when it's been scheduled for hearing.
Ideally, there should be somebody who was here at the time the project was.
Yeah, I could follow up and give you some minutes for the commissioners to remind them on who was there and what motion was made.
Yeah.
And then we can talk about it at our next hearing, who will represent the commission.
Unless somebody knows right now they want to be there. Nope.
We'll bring it up
Darn.
again in
We'll bring it up
2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Crazy.
Okay, any other announcements?
Did
I
you
have
want to?
one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I'm giving other people a chance first. Any of the commissioners, any subcommittee announcements or meetings?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Jury.
I went to the Arts Committee and Visual Arts meeting, and the main topic was the sculpture in front of the police station, and they pretty much followed our recommendation.
Oh, good.
And I think that the applicant will be before us again today. We basically said we didn't think it was a good idea to have it at the same level as the sidewalk. We wanted it raised. We wanted everything just a little bit bigger, and Chief Sanchez was amenable to all that.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay.
We'll see what they've done.
All right, and I have a very quick announcement. Sign committee met today, and I happened to fill in for Commissioner Schellenberg, and yeah, if we can get the TV on. And just to give an idea, they came for initial comments just to talk about having a unified signage program developed for our city parks, and they also have gone to ABR to get initial comments or comments only. They'll be coming back later with a more developed program. I recommended to them that they take a look at the successful program that was submitted to us for the Presidio, the Historic Trust, to look at that as examples. This is, of course, an example of one of the nicer signs they showed us. If you guys just want to have a laugh, I'll show you. This is what they showed us that they want to get rid of, which already their sentiments are correct. I also recommended that they would be fine working at the sign committee, but at some point it would want to come up to the full commission. So anyway, that's the update, and they seem very amenable to that. Great. So, first item on our agenda. Let's see if I have the agenda. It would be the archaeology report, item number 1 for 1623 De La Vina Street. I see no archaeologists here, so we'll just put the report on the table. Ms. Kaufman, is there something you can announce for us?
Dr. Glassell has reviewed the archaeological report pertaining to the above-mentioned property. He concluded that the archaeological investigation supports the report's conclusions and recommendations.
Okay. Do I have any questions or ready for a motion? Move to accept the report.
Public input.
Thank you. Okay, whoops. We'll open public comment. Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. Seeing no public comment, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the Commission. Commissioner Mahan.
I think, no.
We have
A motion to
Lavoie
accept
made
the
a
report.
motion and
Okay.
I seconded it.
great. Okay, so motion by Lavoie, second by Mayhem. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
By
Great.
the way, this was really good report.
Yes,
Okay.
it was an
It was
excellent
really
report.
excellent report.
It was very good.
Well-
Very thorough and
Thank you for commenting that. So passes, no abstentions
Mr.
or
Chair.
whatever's.
I would like to say that appreciation to the architect who is constructing a new structure with sympathy and style, which will have continuity in the neighborhood, and I think that's very nice.
Great. Well, good. I hope they get to listen to that. They go on to the tapes or at least read the minutes. So thank you. Can we call the next item or are we too far ahead? We're scheduled for 1:50.
You can only be 10 minutes ahead of schedule.
Is that true, Mr. Lamone?
As soon as he returns, we can have a discussion.
Oh. Mark left the room. Okay. So we're in recess.
Oh, we can talk about
but
it.
sitting here. Let's have an in-place recess. Okay. So we're just going to sit for a minute or two, waiting for Mr. Aguilera to join us.
so good. I didn't realize that.
There he is. Okay. As I said, it's a very short recess.
They're smaller, so,
Yeah.
but yeah, that was the one he liked the most.
Yeah.
You're on. Perfect. Okay. This is item number 2, citywide. We believe this is a concept review for proposed amendments to the Historic Landmarks Commission General Design Guidelines and meeting procedures. Hello. Yes, feel free to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Mark Aguilar, project planner with the city's planning division.
Welcome.
Thank you. I understand there were some technical difficulties with the package that was sent out, so I have some printed color copies
Okay.
with red font showing
Great.
the changes.
That's fine. Yeah, just if you want, I'll just pass them down.
Thank you.
Great.
I also have another sheet which was not originally included in that. It's one small section relating to bicycle parking. It's not onerous, so you can pass
Okay.
that out as well. It's
Oh, okay.
pretty minor. You'll see during the
we go.
presentation.
Here we go. Here, take some this way, and I'll pass some the other way. Here, you get one, and Commissioner Drury, this is for you. Oh, thank you. Great. Okay.
All right.
I guess
Thank
we don't
you.
need this because you've got it up there.
Apologies for the delay.
So much easier.
No worries.
It was so much easier because it was really hard to distinguish what was changing. and what
I'm
was
sorry.
not.
We were trying to make it easier. I'm not sure why you did not receive color. But moving forward, so I'm here today with this really large project description, proposed amendments to the design guidelines. But really, what we're trying to do is propose some new types of projects for staff administrative review and approval. But to get to those, I have to reference this much larger document. Today's visit is really just to begin a conversation with you, receive some feedback, and I imagine leave with some homework before returning to you again, hopefully next month.
Okay.
Moving to the next slide. Staff is proposing changes to two categories. The commercial and multifamily residential, Part 1, Section 3.2, and the single-family residential, Part 1, Section 3.3. And within those categories, they're similar, but there are some differences. The new project types that we would be proposing are electrical service equipment, electric vehicle supply equipment, that's electric vehicle chargers, essentially, and plumbing equipment. And that focus is probably more going to be on fire sprinkler backflow prevention devices, primarily. And then we're also proposing a new subsection, and this comes out of a recent visit to you all, items in the public right-of-way, sidewalk amenities or equipment, and that would be public benches, bicycle parking, and equipment cabinets. And bicycle parking wasn't originally in the packet that was sent out.
Right.
Okay, so here we have an example, and I will say up front that some of these images are within the EPV and some are not, but they're serving to illustrate some approaches. Here we have some electrical equipment wall-mounted, and I believe this may have come to the HLC for review and approval.
Nope.
No.
Or perhaps it was...
This was ABR.
Sorry, ABR, thank you. But in this particular case, we're looking at an enclosure that is kind of made consistent with the design of the building. Next slide. Here, also ABR, but in one case you can paint the equipment. You could also screen it. That's one approach to it. I'm not going to ask for comments on the style.
Well, we'll want better.
I understand that. Next, please. Here we have a semi-enclosed cabinet showing the meters on the outside. This is residential. That was actually multifamily residential for the bottom. And then to the right, just equipment painted to match the blue wall to the side. Here we have what would be another new type of project, which is electric vehicle supply equipment, aka vehicle charging equipment. This is the Helena lot, city public parking lot. The HLC did approve this one, maybe on consent. I'm not sure if it came to the full commission.
It came to the full commission.
Okay. All right.
I missed this one.
And so this is a common, or it has been a common size and model unit that we're seeing that has been installed in a number of locations. It's 51 inches tall, and so we're wondering, since the HLC has approved it here, could this be a model that staff could, up to a certain amount, at most on a site, approve administratively if it's below certain heights and kind of meets these standards?
Can I ask you a question back?
Yes, sir.
Is it absolutely imperative that the bollards be yellow versus white?
I do not believe it is imperative that the bollards be yellow.
Okay.
Or they can be white. I believe there's...
That might factor into if I was going to answer your question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, we have waterfront adjacent to Los Baños. This was around the same time that the other one was installed, but this was staff approved. It's the same model. And the difference being here, there's some templates in the parking spaces identifying them as electric. And then it looked like I was not involved in this project, but it does look like there was some intention to align these with the posts, with the bollards, with the wooden bollards. So, you minimize, I guess, more visual
Well, they
obstructions.
did with one, but not the other.
But how come one has an extension cord and the other one doesn't?
I think they both have
Chair,
them.
I'm unable to answer that question.
I think
Because I
so.
like it without it.
Well, question, are we just
Doesn't
doing
work then.
questions as we go along?
It's really up to...
You can interrupt if you have a question.
I'm
Bring it
happy
along
to.
It's probably easier than going back.
Does this mean that, is this like a handicap stall then? I can't park there with my regular car?
Correct.
That is an excellent question.
And that's true.
We're not yet defined. There are various approaches to this. In some commercial applications, they will be set specifically for electric vehicles. Because this is a public parking lot, yes, those are going to be for electric vehicles only.
I've seen that in other cities.
Yes.
I also, if I can interject, wanted to give you some background information about the state is advocating that a whole network of these chargers be installed throughout the state. And there's a rush to put the infrastructure in place because I believe the state of California is selling a lot of electric vehicles. And so we know they're coming. We want to be able to expedite these and issue them not only for public locations, but Mark also has some standards developed for residential applications where, again, they're put in not highly visible locations.
And to tail onto that, Plug-in Central Coast represents Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties, and one of their missions, which is now our mission, is to streamline the approval process for electric vehicle charging equipment. This is an example of what staff would not administratively approve. We would discourage something like this for a number of reasons, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
We would discourage that, and if they wanted that, we would send them to consent. Moving on to plumbing equipment, another new type of project. We actually informally see these a lot, and staff does address these, but we would like to formalize that for a number of reasons. Dealing with a fire sprinkler backflow device, a lot of these are now are being triggered by tenant improvements. And for example, on State Street, there's really no exterior location to put them, so we're trying to force those inside. For new development, we would like to have those inside, but some places outside it can work with some screening, some landscape screening, some paint. And I'll tell you, almost every one of these creates tension among the departments of fire, community development, and public works. You know, fire just wants it accessible and visible. Public works wants it visible and close up to the sidewalk, and planning wants it less visible, not invisible, but accessible. But ideally, our approach is we would like it to be visible to those who are looking for it. And so sometimes it's site location, sometimes it's screening, sometimes it's a cabinet or combination. On the next slide, you will see that a little bit of paint and some landscaping can make a big difference in just I'll call it the visual assault of the multicolored type installations. And we have not exempted ourselves either. On the next slide, you will see right outside our door here at 630 Garden, which we tend to direct contractors to take a look at and explain, what we're looking to see in a final product.
I also want to go ahead.
Yes.
Mark was in front of me earlier on consent, and my experience has been that the landscape screening really doesn't hide these things at all. And recently, I forget where I saw it. It may have been in Palm Springs. One of these was encased in expanded diamond mesh, so enough to screen what was there. And all that was sticking out was the fire hose coupling, so they could get to that immediately. And it was painted to match the building. That screened it much more effectively than some little shrubs that never grow quite as tall as we hoped they would.
So it's like a metal diamond.
It's like a diamond metal, and it's a cage that fits over the whole thing. It has a very narrow frame. And this thing just was sitting on top of it, and I looked at it and went, well, what's in there? You can see the equipment. And it was sort of like, okay, that's cool, because when you got away from it, just a couple feet, it was less visually obtrusive than, the landscape screening that we had hoped had grown a lot bigger and would have interfered with servicing this thing.
And I apologize because I'm in error. I didn't include an example of that, but I have seen one over on Milpas and I don't know if that's not Gutierrez, but it's where Fresh Market is. Right around that corner, there is a cage. It's a smaller one for an irrigation backflow, but I understand those mesh styles. On the next slide, along with plumbing, we have the fire department connectors, the couplings. We would like to see, they need to be visible. Emergency personnel need to identify these, but they don't need to look like the one in the top left corner there, and that's what we're trying to discourage. There has to be a more subtle, elegant way to provide that.
You made this easy. Oh, come on.
On the next slide, we have benches, public benches. So after our staff's last visit to the HLC, we did convey your concerns through the chain of command, through my director, and who emailed the mayor and city council. So what we're proposing here is, the HLC still has the responsibility to approve exterior changes in the EPV. This would be one way for staff to manage that for the commission, but this would be at the at the discretion and direction of the community development director. In the last instance when we were visiting here for the benches on the 800 block of State Street, I probably didn't fully understand the nature of the question that Commissioner Loy asked, but I was representing council and City Hall at that time. It was just, I guess I didn't understand the question. But so we have language in here that would allow this to occur at the direction of the community development director after some analysis. A new category would also be bicycle parking. This was not in your original packet. It's on the single sheet. And this would be essentially to have, on State Street, allow the dual ring hitching posts only, or on the side streets. And then in the next slide, we have the hoop racks.
Right.
And those would not be allowed on State Street, but would be allowed elsewhere on the sidewalks. And again, this is sidewalks. It would not be on the street. There's a pilot project out there on East Cannon Perdido, and we're not talking about that. And we could add language to that effect into this.
Okay.
Next, we have right here, again, our corner at Garden and Ortega. To the left, we have, I'm actually not sure what it is. It's either communications or SCE, but it's a plastic molded, formed, 34-inch high box. And, just kitty corner to that, we have a transformer at 63 inches high. And just for reference, the vents that you see around town are about 29 inches
And what
tall.
are those for? I never know.
Transformers
No,
vent.
the vent. That's for transformers as well?
Underground
Oh,
transformers.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't have much language on this, and I would be looking to the commission for guidance as to whether it's materials like metal versus plastic preference, or height, colors. Could Malaga green or grays or earth tones be used? That's kind of the direction that we're looking
I'd
for.
like to also interject to try to give you a background on the lack of coordination that Public Works experiences with these installations. That it's a hit and miss where you vary from block to block based on what the utility company wants to install, and the Public Works assertion that they are a utility and therefore they have the right to put this equipment, and that there really isn't a discretionary decision on the part of the planning or our boards, where we have to rein them in and say, yes, it's an exterior change, it needs review. And we have had a history of some getting review and some not. So this would actually formalize something in writing saying, yes, you are required to go through a review process. And the commissions or boards have selected a series of ideally equipment that has been pre-approved to make this process easier.
It does make sense. Okay.
So these are the new types of projects that we're proposing in the guidelines: electric surface equipment, electric vehicle chargers, plumbing equipment, primarily fire sprinkler, backflow devices, couplings. And in the next slide, a new section which would address public benches, bicycle parking, and equipment cabinets in the sidewalk right-of-way. And we think we're heading in the right direction, but we're hoping that you'll tell us that we are. And then we're available here for questions and comments.
Okay, and before we start with questions, we'll open public comment. We have one public speaker slip, Mr. DeForest. Mr. DeForest.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think anything that's put in the EPV needs to be reviewed by this body. I don't think these, whatever they are, should just be put in with staff approval or willy-nilly by the utility company that wants them. Also, I think these ought to have a clause that as technology advances, these devices and smaller or less obtrusive devices are developed, that they could be, that it would be mandated that the old ones be retired and removed from the streets. But I definitely think the HLC ought to be at least look at anything that they want to add to street furniture, especially benches. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Forrest. Having no other speaker slips, I will close public comment, bring it to the commission. I think we can do questions and comments together, it seems like. So I invite any commissioner. We'll start with Commissioner Reese.
Okay, on page 12, you refer to H small ground-mounted transformers. Small to me, maybe large to you, large to me, maybe small to you. I'm looking for specific statements as to what you're talking about in measurements, etc., not vague words. And in the plumbing equipment, does this also include, and electrical, does this also include installation on roofs, which we have a project that this commission worried about the view from the apartments looking down on the equipment on the roof of a restaurant. I don't know if it would include it or not. The other thing is when you use words like small and which on page 26 under the definitions, well, first of all, under B, you say placed in locations that are not readily visible. What's readily mean? I don't know. And then you go into the definitions and you use the same word in the definitions. 6th line down says very distinct viewing would not be readily. It's the same word. So you need to make your definitions very, very clear. And that's my concern about the other. Now, do you want comments?
Well, I heard some comments. Well, let's give the applicant a minute to respond, maybe. For instance, like the electrical devices on roofs. So, Mr. Greer, if you could answer that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Rios, no, we're not talking about like solar panels. If there was conduit, that would be the only time I think we would have conduit on
it can be transformers and things like that on the roof.
We're looking more at ground-mounted or small ground-mounted transformers.
And there should be a statement to that effect.
I'm happy to include that. And dimensions. Speaking with SCE, we did inquire about the smallest size, typically in height for residential transformers, and they gave us a dimension of 4 feet, and that came out of their guidebook.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at one that was on Kelly de los Amigos that's 6 feet high. That's huge.
Right, and so I'm just, I think our approach would be at least whatever the smallest size is, maybe that would be the first level that we could say, well, that's the smallest that it can be.
Are you going to be able to enforce that?
Yes.
Amy says yes. I haven't got my glasses on, but I can see the head going up and down.
Okay.
That's the intent.
Right. So what I'm hearing is that you could bracket the description so that certain size you could handle, and that if it was over that size, it would come to the commission.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do you want to continue on to comments? I think.
Or
we can stay with questions if you're more comfortable that way.
I do have quite a few comments. So
all right, then
I'd
let's
like
do
to hear
questions.
The rest of the questions.
Okay,
I may
then fine.
change my comments.
Then questions. Commissioner Lavoie.
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Murray.
Yeah, I was a little confused. So the red ones are the new proposals for staff. Everything else remains under the HLC purview. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner.
That is
correct.
Because when you go, okay. So
let me clarify that.
Yeah.
You're looking at a list of project types that this commission has approved staff to approve.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just expanding that list to include different types. Mm-hmm. And to be honest with you, what we're saying to you is that for electrical equipment, at least, that was more of an oversight. There are numerous over-the-counter service upgrades that are issued where staff has asked that they adjust the location of the service, enclose it, or paint it based on that type of criteria that you've directed us to do.
Got it.
And in some cases on historic resources, we consult our urban historian as to whether that's an appropriate change to that resource. So I think we have that type of good track record. We've had 20 years of staff approvals now, 1994, 95 is when I came and we started.
Okay, yeah, so that's, so it's only the red ones.
The ones that were expanded,
Got it,
yes.
okay, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, I'll leave other comments for,
great.
wait till all the questions.
Commissioner Mayhem.
are in.
These charging devices that are taking up, I presume, public parking spaces, I'm on.
Here, let me see it. It's you could be on but not on. You're on mute. Here you go. Now you're on.
These are taking up public parking spaces, or are they going to be in the bank parking lot and the private parking lot? Are they taking up public spaces?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mahan, yes, yes, and yes.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Yes.
In other words, they will be in private as well, but they take up spaces.
We currently, we anticipate these. Well, the ones you've seen here, these examples are public parking lots primarily. But with the Tesla application and other businesses, and in fact, we're anticipating multi-family developments to start asking about installing these as well.
Joe, how does the city determine the parking requirements anymore? It used to be before there were handicap stalls, we just had to have so many stalls per 1,000 square feet, and that seemed to take care of everything. And then we put handicap stalls in, some of which sit empty and some of which are violated. And now we're bringing an electric car. I'm getting into a comment, but the question really is, how is the city going to evaluate the real parking requirements, not knowing whether these will be used or not?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mahan, so we've had some discussion with the Transportation Division about that. At the level or the addition of two charging units into a parking lot, that's not affecting any parking spaces. They're just saying you haven't reduced your parking, your overall parking by 2 spaces because you've added 2 charging spots. It's just a parking space and there's a charger there.
It depends on the number of stalls in the lot. If you only had 10 stalls in the lot, one would be 10%.
That is correct. And we've had some discussions. We haven't settled on anything yet because we haven't seen any large proposals for a significant ratio of electrical parking spaces. We're just not there yet.
Do you know how many electric cars there are in Santa Barbara compared with all the other cars?
I do not.
I mean, does the city know? I didn't mean you personally.
The Plug-in Central Coast does have figures on that. I have part of that document here, but I have it at my desk.
That'd be interesting. That'd be interesting to learn. Thank you.
Commissioner Jury.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. My phone I must be sitting on.
I was making comments, but I changed them into questions. So basically what you're doing is looking ahead because, as Mr. Limon said, there's a huge upsurge in electric car buying. And so you're really looking down the road 20-some years so that at least you'll be somewhat prepared for the onslaught of electric vehicles. Am I correct?
Mr. Chair, that's correct, Commissioner. Maybe not 20 years, maybe.
Yeah, Mr. Drury, there was just an article in the LA Times that says that they're asking that 20,000 of these units be done in the next year. So they want the whole infrastructure in place in California to try to make sure people can get from city to city.
Yeah. And so then these are basically guidelines to save us time, basically.
For small installations.
You already have visual guidelines, as we've seen these things that have been approved. And I'm also assuming that there's... Is it me?
You're on mute.
I'm never on mute.
Look inside. See,
inside.
Sometimes you're on mute. Yeah, just open it.
I'm on. I'm on.
Doesn't say mute?
Yeah.
Yeah, here you go. Thank you. Good solution.
No, that works better.
So this is somewhat facetious, but I'm assuming there's a methodology in place so that some staff member is not going to go rogue on us and approve things that are completely unacceptable.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Jury, Well, if someone went rogue, it would be me, and I don't intend to do that at this point, because we haven't settled on a number. I mean, we don't have really an approval from you. We've seen this model. We know the commission has approved that model. If we saw something different, if it were that size or larger, we would probably send a consent to get your way in before moving forward with the staff action.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay. I don't have any additional questions, so now we'll go to comments. Commissioner Arias.
Well, when I first read this, I was very concerned. There have been a lot of interruptions of service in the downtown area in the last few months. We've seen it on the news. And it would seem that the facilities of Edison are getting older and have not possibly been brought up to date, and they're getting transformers blowing, et cetera, et cetera. I had a conversation with a member of the Edison company, and they said that they would like to go all above ground to avoid flooding, which represents, I think, a very large visual impact in El Pueblo Viejo, of which our area that we have a charge on. And we need to retain our architectural integrity and our atmosphere, and that is something that is critical to our charge. So I think there is a very definite need for a review by the board on anything that comes into that area. And we have a lot of very professional people on this board who have given a lot of time free for the city. And one of the things that is important is landscaping. And I think that is something that has to come to the board and all. I can see some of the things going to the consent calendar for speed, but I think if we're going to face very large installations, we need to look and review them at this board. And as far as your proposal, I would suggest that you read it very carefully and rewrite areas so that there are words that are vague or not clear are eliminated so that everybody knows this is what it says and not that. And I don't know what other cities do or not about it, but I do know that up in Morro Bay there was a beautiful transformer box painted blue with butterflies and flowers on it when I went by. It was kind of nice, but it sort of shook me up too. But I think if you're going to pursue this, it needs to be very, very carefully worded so that people know what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, and that you eliminate words that are vague. Because that opens the door too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Arias. Commissioner Lavoie, anything to add?
Yeah, a few things.
Okay.
It's really been 20 years? I remember that.
I remember you saying, Mr. Lavoie, we trust you, but when you leave...
Well, we're both still here, right? And recalling that discussion, there was grave concern and horror that we would even consider a lot of this stuff, and I think it has served us well. So if you want to increase your workload, fine by me. There are some things, though, that do concern us, and one of them is public benches. And now, if you want to take care of removal and relocation of public benches, that doesn't bother me. But the installation of a new bench, this commission has spent ungodly amounts of hours talking about bench design and what's appropriate where, and so any new bench locations should come in front of the commission. I agree with Commissioner Arias. The less loopholes there are, the easier your job is going to be, and the less conflict you're going to get into in discussions with applicants. When I read this, before I had the red and the black, I didn't realize that porches were under admin control, and I would like to see that removed because I recently saw a porch that was added to an historic building that was really an unfortunate addition. It was a lovely porch design, but it was an unfortunate addition onto that building. And I don't know who approved that one. No, I think ABR did it. And I saw one this morning that was called a porch, sure looked like a room addition to me, that had it been brought to us as a porch instead of a portico, probably wouldn't have really been happily received. That had that gotten admin approval. Not that saying you would have, but if it had, you would have been in trouble. And that's what we want to sort of avoid, is you getting in trouble with us. And so far you've been doing a great job. So I'm
Mr.
comfortable with
Lavoie,
the
we're willing to
additions.
trade the porches for the 3 new ones. We'll give you the
You
porches
got a
back.
deal.
Okay. Anything else, Ed?
No, that's all.
Okay, great. Commissioner Reese. I'm sorry, Marie.
I was going to talk about that, so he's covered it.
Okay.
The other thing I also had concern about were the windows, and I thought it'd be good if, because I think Nicole is completing that citywide, guidelines on windows and so forth. I think that for historic. I think that is going to be very helpful in for someone to say, because the concern was if someone just come to you and say, I'm replacing like for like windows. I have aluminum windows. I want to change aluminum windows again. What would you say? See, if it was us, we would say, no, your aluminum windows actually didn't belong to this architecture, so perhaps, and that may be unduly, expense for the owner. So I just want to ask you, how would you deal with that concerning windows, for example?
Yeah, that's the answer.
Right.
Okay,
That's what I was gonna say. We haven't
Okay.
contemplated that in
Right,
this
right.
project.
No, no,
We've talked with.
Ms. Hernandez gave the right answer. I think we just need that understood, that when it's something like that, it's a historical detail, it would go to the urban historian to give advice to the administrative staff,
Right,
that they're
okay.
working in consort.
Okay, so if that language
be
could be
clarified.
in there, so then the staff who's new or looking at that, say, oh, if I have stuck, we can go find help. The other thing I thought was all these, equipment and the ones that you have shown us. Maybe it's a good idea to have photographs of the successful ones. That so then you're not going around, especially the ones that have been approved by this commission. That way, an applicant could just look at that and say, okay, I got an idea, and if I could improve it, from that. So that would be very helpful, I think. You have some good samples to go with the guidelines. Like you have some good samples in the pictures. But anyway, I think that's all I had, because once I got the red one, oh my God,
That helps.
that helps a lot. Okay, thank
thank
you.
you.
I understand.
Commissioner
I
Mann.
understand.
Yeah, I agree with all the comments that have been made. I think that you'll revise this, and we will get a new copy with red in it, so that we'll know what's being changed and what isn't, and maybe there will be some pictures included, which would be really good. I think, generally speaking, I'm always concerned with staff taking over from the commission. Not because I don't trust you or Jaime or the people that I know, but because you people don't do it in front of the public. And we do everything in front of the public, so it's very transparent. And Santa Barbara is a very special place, and the people here care about what happens, and they want to give us advice from time to time. Take the issue of the benches that we just removed on State Street. That was a very, very important thing to a lot of people, to businessmen, to the commission. So I'm very cautious about staff taking over from the commission. So I'm going to be reviewing this document. I didn't review it carefully because it was all in black and I didn't know what had been changed. But I will be reviewing it when we get it back. But my feeling is I'm very cautious about about giving things to administration unless it's very simple and it's very well defined. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I would echo those comments and just say that the language should be unequivocal, keep you out of trouble. But I think that it's a salutary move on your part in terms of just lessening our load. But I think also the fail-safe is your conversation with Mr. Hernandez. And then any complications that arise, then you come to us. But I think it's a really good idea. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have that much to add. I think these have all been great comments. I think I would just like to tag on that last comment that, that is part of the fail-safe, is that it can always come back to the commission. So if it does look like something that the public's going to have interest, like for instance, this is a bench that was designed by an artist and that's being removed, that really should come in front of the commission because it will be controversial. It will affect somebody. Things like the charging stations, I think that those would be rather easy to be able to handle administratively. I, for one, don't like yellow bollards, so I'd prefer white, than, something like that. But I'm sure once the commission has got what we've signed off on as our precedent, then that would be fine. There was one more thing I was going to say, and now I just forgot it. All right, I'll go with that. I know. Just I think Commissioner Arias's proposal that you put in images of what's been successful. I also think it was really helpful to see what wasn't successful. So I think you might include pictures of the non-successes and put X's on them or something in the booklet too, just because it really makes it apparent. And anyway, so this is for comments only. Do we need to make a motion, or is this just informational?
Informational.
We'll just continue this discussion
Great.
and come
Comments
back with
only.
a more different version.
Okay, great. Oh, sorry,
To
Commissioner
sum it
Arias.
up, I think the commission wants to keep the check and balance going.
I heard that.
Yeah.
But I also think the Commission's appreciating that there is a certain degree of work that would be done by the administrative
Oh, yeah.
staff working in concert with the urban historian. So I think, like you said, there's a good balance. So great, you had one last comment, looked like?
Before the next visit, we will send you color documents with
Thank you.
color photographs, so you have it all in advance of it.
Great. This is a great presentation, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next item on the agenda, we're actually running about 10, 15, 12 minutes late. It's 1130 State Street, Santa Barbara Museum, and we're here for final approval, and whoever makes the resolution, I guess we have to say it has to
Mr.
comply
Chair,
with
I
planning
have a
commission.
question to ask staff about the statement in the agenda.
Yeah, okay, you want to ask that
May
once
I
we get
ask that?
started? Maybe when we've got everybody's attention.
The staff for the,
Mr. Aguilar? Oh, let's just wait 1 second until people get set up here. Do we need to read the minutes, or you're going to bring them up yourselves? Okay, as long as we don't lose our quorum. Yeah, we have a question, Mr.
I have a
Aguilar,
question,
from
if I could.
Commissioner Arias.
On your description of the project, you say the power transformer would be located on city property at the public parking lot number 7. Is that a correct description, or should it be changed?
You mean?
Because my recollection is it's not located at the public parking lot.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Rios, it actually is cited on the Lot 7 parking lot property, as well as partially in the right-of-way of Library Avenue. So it's not actually on either the city's property managed by the library, it's not on that parcel, and it's not on the museum parcel. It's on the parking lot 7 city parcel and right-of-way.
That is correct.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So let me just ask the applicant, are you going to do, like you last time you did it point by point to the minutes, or do I need to read the minutes? I just need to know.
It's not a bad idea if you read the minutes.
Okay, I will read the minutes.
We're going to just go over those.
I'll do it. Okay, so our last meeting was on the...
Item number 3.
Trying to find it. Public comment close. Here we go. Continued 2 weeks to full board. The motion last time, restudy the surround of the parking lot entrance concerning the material for the stone surround. Is this the right project? Hold on. It is the right project. I don't remember a parking lot entrance. Study panelization of transom at the Oh, park entrance.
Park
It's-
entrance.
So we made a mistake in approving the
park.
minutes. Yes, okay.
It's the one of the library
Restate the
avenue.
surround of the
Right.
park
Yeah.
entrance.
Miss
Thank
Park.
you. Whatever. Concerning the material for the stone surround. 2, study the panelization of the transom at the entrance and beneath the doors and side lights. Number 3, consider an alternate material on the door hardware other than stainless steel. Number 4, restudy the lights on the roof in view of the proposed metal on the tile as being acceptable. Landscape plan is acceptable with the condition that taller plants or vines be included along the service area wall for screening. Provide alternates for lighting, including the wall sconce and the pole lights. I think also one of the comments was the acceptability of the Lockwood DeForest planter boxes with a little distinction between the existing and the new. Anyway, the motion was by Winnick, second by Mahan, 6 in favor, 1 opposed, which was Lavoie. Okay, please make your presentation and introduce yourselves.
I'm Bob Kupiak.
Oh, well,
Kupiak
I'm
Art.
sorry. Did staff have anything they needed to?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Sorry,
Trish
Bob.
Allen with Suzanne Ellis Planning and Permitting. I was just going off the draft minutes that were posted on the website. They sounded slightly different than what you read, so I don't know if that report reflects the draft minutes that
Okay.
were distributed to the commissioners.
Hang on.
There
I'll
was
find.
just a couple
Here we
subtle
go.
differences.
Here, I threw them behind me. Okay, hold on.
You got him?
So I get for ditching them on the floor.
On page 6.
Okay, I'm just going to look at the two.
I think it was number 4 was changed.
Study the surround. 4, restudy the lights on the roof. Yes, it's an abbreviated version here. And then what they did is, in my version, it combined 4 and 5. So you're right. Restudy the lights on the roof was one item, and then number 5 is the proposed metal on the barrel tile. The roof is acceptable. Those are 2 separate comments. And let's see.
So we should go off which one?
We'll go off the approved minutes from today, which were the draft.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you want to use
Thank
those.
you. Sorry for
Thank you.
that.
No, it's okay. Thanks for clarifying that. Do we have any other staff comments before we get started? Okay, great. Now please introduce yourself. Sorry.
I'm Bob Kupiak from Kupiak Architects, architect for the museum.
Welcome.
Eric Eichelberger with Arcadia Studio.
Welcome.
I just handed
Put that on
out
the
some
front.
images that we've been doing a little bit of additional study based upon the comments from the last hearing. There are a couple things that you're seeing that actually are,
Pass them down.
I want to say, quite different. There's a couple of different versions
Should
of
we put
this
this underneath?
entrance that are included
Okay.
within the images that we showed. We studied a couple of different alternatives for presentation to the commission. Principally, we've decided to create a level of detail that's around the entrance door and to embellish the crown of the door with a headpiece and a cornice molding that actually gives the door a bit more focus and importance within the curtain wall. The predominant difference that you're seeing, in addition to that, which we think helps give a bit more grandeur to the entrance and classicize the vocabulary. This is very similar to the kind of McKim, Mead, and White detailing or Union Station detailing that we kind of used as inspiration. The variations on this are in scheme A, we're actually running the curtain wall through the side of the building, and in this kind of alternative material issue, actually using the proportions of the curtain wall to run and become the side lights for the door. In
Can I just
scheme,
take it apart? Do you mind?
yeah, sure,
It'll make it
absolutely.
easier for us.
Actually, taking them apart and spreading them side by side may actually be easier for everyone.
There you go.
I think my staff wanted to make sure that I didn't lose
That you didn't
them
lose
on
them. I
my-
figured
on
that
my
too.
way here.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I think it's our preference that option A be the one. We do struggle with trying to maintain a certain amount of maximum transparency at the entrance, and that, also to be able to see the floor plane going through and see things that are happening on the interior. We did study an alternative that puts wainscot panels on either side of the bronze doors and lifts them up to about a 30-inch height. And with that proportioning system, we actually put a meeting rail inside the door to break up the panelization and have it somehow relate to the wainscot panels that are on both sides. And I think internally at the museum, I mean, we've certainly discussed this a number of times, and there are issues about whether people like or don't like the single or two-tone scheme of the doors. The curtain wall frame would be a bronze powder coat finish. It's actually on our material board, but actually because the door is something that you touch and you get a lot more usage out of it, and we would propose that material actually be a bronze door. And I'm going to lift this up so I can actually hold it up a little bit so everybody can see.
Well, we're going to want it on camera.
But the Kynar finish on the curtain wall
Bob, if you don't mind,
is a slightly darker bronze material, and if I actually hold that up.
Bob, you have to put it
You have to put it here where the people can see it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trish.
I just want to make sure the commissioners saw it first.
Well, we can stand up if we need to.
But there's certainly a difference in sheen and a difference in color between what would be the medium bronze finish cladding the doors and the Kynar finish that would be on the rest of the curtain wall.
Okay. Understood.
And then that gold there's
that's bronze.
Okay.
That's the door, and then this is the side.
That would be the bronze.
That's the two-tone in option A.
That's the two tones in option A.
Thanks, Commissioner Murray.
The door handles, which are probably easier seen, I mean, we're really doing the same thing. The Fluoropan Kynar finish on some of the material, including some of the bent brackets that would be made. The handrail, it's the handrail part that your hand would touch would also be made out of the bronze. So we've eliminated
on all the options.
On all the options, the handrail would stay the same on all the options. The real difference between these these three schemes, is two-tone within the curtain wall, and whether or not we create a wainscot panel on either side of the entrance door.
And the only difference between these two schemes is this one has a crisscross of the brass or the bronze color, but the light bronze.
That's correct. We'd make a bronze cap in that instance to articulate the two.
So you presented that. Okay, great. That was one on the list.
And that may be an easier. That was the previous scheme without the embellishment around the actual portal.
Okay.
That's right.
Or minutes.
Well, I think we've.
And I've pulled them back out too.
Okay.
We've looked at so many, I don't want to say hundreds, thousands of light fixtures now.
Do you mind if before you go on, do you mind if since we're following the checklist, you've answered the doors, but you didn't talk about the stone surround.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Actually, we are still, the stone surround has been made wider. We think there's certainly a proportion between how wide the stone proscenium gets and the amount of stucco wall that's actually left on either side of it. We think we've kind of expanded it to its maximum width so that it's still comfortable within the wall that it's sitting within. And instead of the rather colorful travertine that we had proposed last time, this is a kind of much more dense monochromatic limestone.
Okay. Now you've answered it. Thank you. You covered the transom panelization, so now you're doing the lighting.
If you recall, we have wall sconces on the rooftop terrace, as well as several pole lights, which are demountable, but we have to go back to the smaller.
You need another set of drawings for that?
Do you want this small set?
Yeah, I'll grab a small set.
Sure. Stud in the binder.
Callum?
We're getting fat enough to be hard to wrestle with at times.
I got two things I need to get out of here. Thanks. Yeah, let me give you that. That's from a previous one. And is that yours?
No, the sheet.
No. Thanks. Okay.
Here's the secondary image now. It's this image. But we have the two light stanchions that sit in the middle of the terrace area, as well as decoratives that are mounted on sconces that are mounted on the face of the wall of the pavilion building, and there's actually one more sconce that's mounted on the stair tower that rises up to this level. As an alternative series of fixtures, we want to present to the Commission a couple of different options,
Okay.
and I'll tell you,
Good.
after lengthy conversations with our friends at the museum, this fixture is at least the favorite of the director.
I'm sorry, which of the two? Because there are two different ones. That one.
You know, in terms of the simplicity and linearity of the building, we kind of felt that this particular fixture, with its kind of somewhat simpler, cleaner, crisp lines, especially its elongated forms, felt pretty appropriate. You know, we've kind of exhausted Steve Handelman's arsenal of different fixtures.
And then these are others.
But we think that there are a couple of other alternatives.
This is also
that could be. You know, some of this kind of drives the feeling of, you know, what happens to the rest of the pavilion. So, and I think that the building can accommodate, you know, stylistically, you know,
Is that
whichever
one
ones
more?
we do. This is the same as. These are the three
That
different
looks
ones
like a
that we
different
looked.
proportion. Is it
No,
really the same?
same one.
Okay, it just looks different sideways.
Unless our printer is
No.
doing
It's
strange
just,
things.
I
to
think
us.
it's just the sideways. Okay.
I think they're all appropriate. As I said, you know, in internal conversations, this is our proposed fixture, and it is the favorite of the.
But you would accept
client.
any of the three? it
Yeah, I
sounds
think
like.
any of the three are appropriate.
You'd be happy to walk out the door.
That's right. We would accept any of the three.
All right, moving on.
And I'm going to introduce Mr. Eichelberger to talk about landscape.
Okay. I lost my checklist. Is that everything?
Your pencil?
No, that's not. Somewhere I had the minutes with the, I was keeping track.
By the way, though, just as a comment on the pictures, everyone's not misled. The type of glass that would be used would be milk white in any of these instances, just in terms of the delivery of light that we're trying to achieve on the rooftop terrace.
Great.
Apologize, I only brought two. It's very simple. They were just asking for a vine at this spot, and at this spot where there's a maintenance or a utility wall. And so we're using the Royce. This is the false grape. We've seen it around at the Meridian Studios. It has a big grape-shaped leaf. It's evergreen. There's actually some in the planter now, but it's being overcome by ivy. So once we get the ivy out, I'm sure it'll be much happier. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And just, can you talk about what's right here? Because that was really what the comment was about.
It's the butcher's broom.
Right.
Which is actually an existing, and it's part of the original landscape, which is over in this area. So we're using it just as low planting at this point and low planting along here. And so that's the reason why we added the vine behind it, to give a two-dimensional quality to the walls. Right?
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, that completes your presentation?
I think it does.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll open public comment. I have one speaker's slip. Mr. Kellum DeForest. Mr. DeForest.
I do not think I know you've worked on this east entrance park, so-called park entrance design since this project first came. I do not think this current mid-century Union Station, I don't know which Union Station you're referring to, possibly the Los Angeles one, conforms to the EPV guidelines. And I gather the placement of the bus stop is going to be continued, is not being discussed today.
Oh, yeah, that was on the minutes too.
Was it? I didn't see it on the minutes. On your minutes? I don't see it on the minutes. No, it didn't make it to the minutes. Might have been from previous ones.
the report was previous to the
was-
concept item.
that was in
and
the historic report.
So we updated those elevations to be consistent with the condition of approval for the letter report. If we have them. Do you have those updated elevations?
Well, wait, I'm just looking at the motion. Final approval with corrections reviewed by staff. Actually, you were only having to review the corrections with staff.
I thought
No.
design review.
Yeah.
Got it.
It wasn't in the motion for the
Yeah,
design
no,
review
I see it
part,
up
so we
there.
did not
there it is.
bring those with us.
Provide elevations of the bus stop features.
Yeah. That was part of the historic report motion. It wasn't part of the design review motion.
I mean, essentially, the existing benches are
Being relocated.
moved down the street, and the report does show an updated sheet per Commissioner Murray's request for the letter report.
And that's going to be
And we'll
reviewed by
provide
Ms.
that to-
Hernandez. I don't see a reason that it needs to come in front of the commission. Okay, that's great. Thank you. So let's closing public comment. Thank you.
No, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The problem is the placement of the bus stop impinges on, or the proposed placement of the bus stop impinges on the new Library Plaza, and especially on the Faulkner Gallery and the landscaping that is going in there, and it certainly needs to be reviewed by this body. It should. The bus stop should be in front of the on Anapamu, should be on Anapamu, in front of the museum, not in front of the Faulkner Gallery. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. DeForest, my apologies for interrupting you, but thank you. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the commission, seeing no other public comment. We'll start questions. I'll start with Mr. Drury.
And we're talking about the east entrance?
We're talking about east entrance, the lighting, the stone surround, and
Stone surround of the east
lighting.
entrance, right?
Stone surround of the east entrance.
And the
Correct.
hand-
So,
and the
and
door
we're in
And
questions?
excuse me?
Door handles.
And the door handles.
Door handles. So I'm assuming from these photographs that the stone surround limestone is going to be really similar to the color of the wall.
Very slightly.
Okay. We're going to segue right into a comment, but I have to wait.
That was a question.
That was careful.
Was that a question? Yeah, I did.
I think you did. Question.
Okay. That's my only question.
That's
Thank
your
you.
only question?
That's Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, my question is, did you study a variation on these doors where this panel was closed off like the side panels?
Can you put that on camera just so
Do
people
we
can
have
see
one
it?
like that, where the bottom panel of the door is closed?
Asking that.
No, we don't. I mean, one might imagine what that would mean filled, because we'd keep that panel the same height. But, you know, I think, as I said, I mean, I think it's our goal to actually see floor plane running through as you start walking up towards the doors.
That's my only question, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Murray.
I don't have questions.
Okay, Commissioner Lavoie.
I'm going to abstain
Okay.
from this conversation.
That's fine. Great. All right, we're done with questions. Let's go back to, because I don't think I have any additional questions. Let's go back to Commissioner Drury. Commissioner Drury,
Comments?
comments?
I'll comment on the east entrance. I think it's getting there, and you know, I realize that I deal with this when I finish a painting. Is figuring out the appropriate frame. That's why there's so many frame makers in town. I mean, it's just a very complicated thing. I think that option A is my favorite option of the ones presented, and I think I would like to see the detail over the door. I would like to see something like that in the stone surround, I would like to see some sort of a cap that breaks from the linearity of the architecture and is because the one over the two doors is a break in the rhythm, and I think it makes it more important. There's something about just that makes it not just any entrance, but sort of the entrance. And I think that the fact that you've opened up and you've kept the two main doors free of any encumbrances, I think that's to the good, and I think that the door handles are proper. But I also think that the stone surround should be. I mean, I was kind of envisioning granite of some, a gray. I'd like to see the frame of the entrance not disappear into the rest of the building. I guess what I'm saying. So I would like to see something. I would like to see some small but significant embellishment to the cap of the frame at the top, and I'd like to see the rest of the whole frame brought away in value, brought away from the white of the building. Otherwise, I think we're on the right track.
Okay. So then, on lighting?
I have nothing. I have no comments.
No
about
comment on lighting?
No.
Okay, great. Commissioner Mann?
Yeah, I don't agree with my colleague.
What do you mean?
Can we keep it on camera, though?
Yeah, but I just wanted to look at it for a minute longer.
Okay. Here, I can solve that. I can turn the page.
I think B is much more appropriate to El Pueblo Viejo in that the fenestration is broken up in a uniform manner, that not multiple materials. I can't think of. I can see the function of the bronze door as opposed to the side. So there may be a difference in color there, but this is better for me. I think the panels in the door would be better than the glass looking through. There's so many examples of doors in El Pueblo Viejo with a panel at the bottom. It's almost ubiquitous, and I think that would be more appropriate. I don't feel that the visibility of the surface is important. I mean, I know that in contemporary architecture, the inside and the outside all has to be seen at once, but that's not what El Pueblo Viejo doesn't have to do that. So I would prefer this one with these panels being duplicated in the doors. The stone surround is disappointing to me because it's so delicate, and it doesn't cast enough shadows. It doesn't have a sculptural. There's such an opportunity to do a wonderful molding, an OG, that would have shadow and really bring your eye and the focus to this entrance. And I think you're missing out on an opportunity here to do that. So, I mean, I think the color of the stone's okay. I would prefer an indigenous stone like limestone, but I think that this other stone would be acceptable. The handles they're functional and they probably meet ADA. I think all three of the lighting fixtures are acceptable, and I would yield to the architect's choice on that. And I think that's what else. That's it, isn't it?
The only would be if you had any comment on the landscape.
I think the landscaping is acceptable. Yeah.
Okay, great. Commissioner Murray.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, Commissioner Rios.
I agree with what Commissioner Mahan has said. I think he's done an excellent analysis, and I think the suggestions would be an improvement.
Okay. I was hoping this one would get final approval today, and or it did get no, it didn't, right? Came close. My comments, I think I concur, except on the doors, I concur with Commissioner Drury. I actually think the simpler doors, given the architecture and the fact that the building, I look at this elevation. For me, this elevation is rather simple, and I think that keeping it simple and quiet, and it is the back elevation of the building, I didn't put the camera, even though it's not, it's obviously still a main entrance to the museum. To me, does warrant being different than going through the main entrance. So I think the solution with the side panels being filled in, but having the doors go down to the ground, to me, is very satisfactory. And I think the stone material being limestone will be different than the building color enough, but it's muted. So I was okay with the limestone. And I'm fine with either selection on the lighting. I preferred one, but I think it's kind of nice to let the architect choose, because I think they're all acceptable. And I'm fine with the landscape. So I think we need a motion.
Mr. Chair, before
yes, Mr. Drury.
I'm going to disagree with my esteemed colleague also. No, I do. Actually, I do know what he was saying was perhaps what I was trying to get to. I think that the surround needs to be active somehow, visually active. And I'm not talking about wild carvings and geometric designs. I'm talking about something that
with shadow
pulls it with shadows, but pulls it forward from the big white walls, and whether the molding of the cap at top is articulated is kind of irrelevant if the whole surround is done with that idea that it activates.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I'm sorry, I was interrupting. Do we, because our consent reviewer is typically Commissioner Mayhem, would we feel comfortable approving the project, all the other components, and having it come back on consent for the surround?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I would feel okay about that. Right. In fact, I would make a motion.
Thank you.
I would make a motion to accept first of all, to accept the light fixture as the choice of the architect, and the door handles, the landscaping for the fenestration of the entrance to be scheme B, with the door panels being filled in to match the side panels, and for the surround for the shape of the surround, accepting the material that the architect has presented, but the shape to come back to consent calendar.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Drury.
I'd like to ask Commissioner Mahan, so that if we approved option B, then the panels would not be brass; they would be the same color as the side panels.
No, they'd be bronze. They would be bronze.
So they would be bronze.
The doors would be bronze.
Right. The whole door would be bronze in those areas that are glass.
I just want to make sure that
just have a lower panel.
Well, there needs to be a clarification. It's scheme B, however, not glass in the lower panel. It would be this
solid.
Bronze.
It'd be solid. Because I'm having great conflict over the option that I like better, but that's acceptable to me too. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Do you want 2 weeks to consent, Bob?
Oh,
Sure,
sorry.
that's fine.
Okay, 2 weeks. So we can add that to the motion, I think, right? 2 weeks.
Abstain.
And abstained by LaVoy. None opposed.
2 weeks for consent.
2 weeks for
Yeah,
consent.
that's fine.
And the seconder is fine with that? You second? I forgot.
Yeah,
Okay, so it was
or you
motion
second.
by Mayhem, seconded by Arias. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
We did it.
Well,
Motion. Okay. We're actually not behind.
not behind.
We're not behind.
Well, that's because
Wow.
We need a landscape.
So they allocated more time for this. Our next item is item 4, scheduled for 3:15. We could take it up at the earliest at 3:05. And they're here?
We are.
So why don't we recess until 3:05?
We are behind.
Robert,
Are we behind?
when you
at the
come to
wrong
consent,
minutes?
Yes.
Oh.
bring me a couple, three
I'm
options
sorry.
on the
Half an hour.
We're not
OG,
recessing.
on the molding.
Sorry. Totally looking at the wrong minutes. Well, then come on up, guys. 1978 Mission Ridge Road. I totally messed that up. Item number 4. I'm really sorry. I've got the old minutes and the new minutes. Oh, we'll get rid of the old minutes.
Get rid of the old ones.
Get rid of those.
Oops, on there.
I was wondering how we were ahead of schedule.
I'm sorry, the winds from the fans
Don't worry.
will fall out.
It's quite all right.
Get a schedule yet.
No, we're not ahead of schedule. That was my fault. It's not your fault. This was the last public hearing. Great, thank you. Welcome. Okay.
I thought we came the wrong way. Wrong day.
No, you're good. You're totally good. We just needed to catch up a little.
Don't worry. Oops. See, you won't be nothing in the historic commission between you. Somehow. It'd be historic.
Okay. Well, we don't want it to feel like we've been here too long. So are we ready to go here? That was a false alarm. We're a half hour behind. How are you?
Thank you. How are you?
Thank you.
Good to see some faces from us.
Great. Okay. So we have 1978 Mission Ridge Road. They're looking for project design approval. Must comply with staff hearing officer resolution. Project was last reviewed on August 13, 2014. If you'd like, I could review the minutes. I guess we should. So let's take a look at those. Here's the minutes. Motion, continued indefinitely to the staff hearing officer with comments. Appreciation was expressed for the applicant's presentation with perspective drawings. Proposed modifications generally aesthetically appropriate. The proposed modification does not pose consistency issues with El Pueblo Viejo design guidelines or the neighborhood preservation ordinance. Provide a proposed lighting plan. Nestled down the building height of the proposed addition into the existing building. Provide photographs of the neighboring house and indicate how the proposed project may impact either residence in order to effectively mitigate any potential impacts. Project lacks continuity and simplicity. There appears to be a change of vocabulary in architectural styles as one goes around the house. Solve the rhythm problems throughout so that the old and the new tie in better together. Look into emulating masonry chimneys so that the ones proposed are more massive, less narrow, and tie into the structure better. In particular, it was suggested that the perpendicular chimney be turned 90 degrees. During the next presentation, indicate whether the proposal has been approached from a structure of merit designation perspective. Look into the Secretary of Interior standards for the proposed addition to appropriately emulate the existing structure. Action was motion by Mahan, second by Arias, 6 in favor. I was actually absent. So, okay. And Murray stepped down, and she has again today. Please introduce yourself and make your presentation. Welcome.
I'm Tia Van Lagerenberg. I'm the architect.
Okay.
Barak Nazarian, owner.
Okay, great.
Just want to check the photographs of you guys, because I did submit those and I am not seeing them.
Ms. Kaufman? We'll have a look. And what was this? We can move these mics a little closer to you.
Very nice presentation, Peters.
Thanks.
So, should I just go through those comments, or do we have to go through the whole project? What do you?
I'd say you could try to address the comments. If there's things about the project you want to list along the way, great. But I think we're targeted on answering what was discussed last time.
Perfect. All right, so there was a request to do the landscape plan. So I'll just go over to...
Okay. Do we not have multiple copies?
The plans?
You have them.
We have a copy
Okay,
here.
you do. Okay, great.
Okay. So the landscape plan is
L100?
L100. It's quite simple. It's just a little planting area over here. There's a area around this spa that's going to be converted back, and then there's the outside patio near the pool.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not too much to be said. I brought a list of plants. We tried the owner's request was that we try and stick with what's there right now, the same plant palette. Everything is low water use. We started off with keeping the existing. There's an umbrella tree that's growing, and it is providing quite a bit of shade over here, so we maintained that. And then there's jasmine that we added. There's a lot of shade in this section over here, so we did plants that would survive in the shade too. So we have jasmine, we added some agave there around here to create a little bit of a barrier because there's some of a drop off here. We did the Natal plum. And then we did one focal plant on this side, the yucca. And then the rest is pretty much just ground covering under the tree here and ground covering around these areas.
Okay.
And so it's very simple. We use some of the same plantings around here, just use the jasmine with some ground cover. And we have 2 bougainvilleas. Right now there is a bougainvillea growing here, so we're going to keep it. And then there's a second one that we'll be adding on the other side. The idea is that they would grow up and create these sides to the outside patio area.
Okay.
And that's pretty much, the rest is all existing landscaping that we're not changing.
Okay.
Okay. The second question was that you asked us to nestle down the elevations a little bit. We did.
I'll go that way, no? Oh, I guess not. Okay.
We did what we could. It wasn't much. We took the roof plates down to 9 feet. I think the sections is probably the best to explain.
We're on A302.
I'm going to maybe skip to the next.
Okay, A303.
And so the bedrooms upstairs, we end up with, in these, the 2 main bedrooms, we have a 8'8" ceiling height, which is not very high. And so I couldn't really squish it down much more than that. So we were able to bring the roof line down by about 8 inches, and that's as much as I could manage.
And might look on the elevation too.
What page is that?
That was
this
A303.
is A303. I can show you the
A303.
elevations.
Okay, and here's the photographs of the existing.
Oh, thank you. That's of the neighboring house. That was another request.
It's after 401.
Okay. We'll pass that around and then we can come back. Now we're on A401.
So A41. So this is the addition that we were able to just tuck in a little bit more. And you can see it on this elevation here. So that's
Now we're in A402. Okay.
Then the photographs,
I just passed them over.
Okay, so
maybe
I'll just go
back.
through that just to explain what you'll be looking at.
That's the only set. You can put them on camera.
Okay.
Thank you. Just wait a second.
All right.
Great, thank you. Here, you can, as long as they face this way,
Okay.
flip through.
So essentially, when you look towards the neighbors, this is what you see. It's completely screened at this point. The neighbors' property, or the deck that's behind this, is at least, and I'm guessing, about 10 feet higher than where you are down here. So it's raised quite a bit, and then you can see this is the side view of how high that screen goes up. So the view is pretty much, there isn't much of a view onto our property. The views from the properties towards the ocean is straightforward, so this doesn't impact their view at all. And then the orientation of the house is such that what you look at, it's turned, and I climbed up there and went right up to the fence. I'm literally like bending down on my knees just to get this picture of the house. But as you can see, everything is focusing towards the ocean. The patio area is looking towards the ocean. It's not looking in this direction. But you know, it's pretty hard to just get a good photograph of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then all right. This was probably the biggest comment. I'm gonna explain. Let me go back to the elevation. So the comment was that I think
A401.
I'll just go through each one of them. It says it lacks continuity and simplicity. So what I've done is we've gone back and taken some of the design elements. We had too many on there. Took some of that off and tried to make it more simplify the whole design. We also took a little more, previously we were trying to follow the existing house to a certain degree, but now I think we've gone a little bit further and used a lot more of those details. So the main change is on this two-story garage existing structure that we're remodeling. Previously, we kept the 3 bays that's existing, and then I added an arched opening. what we decided to do is take this, draw from the existing design, and then use that type of detail and create our openings with repeating the same detail. So the fourth bay looks exactly the same, and when you turn to the pool elevation,
A402.
looking from the pool side, you have the same detailing, and then turning on the other side, which was previously arches, you have the same detail. So we continued that through. We previously showed a balcony on this side, which then became a different type of balcony that was more solid, that turned it around. So what we did is we continued that design just all the way through and just kept it one thing. Now, instead of breaking it up into two distinct design elements, it became one that wrapped. So the balcony became larger because it's wrapping around, but now it's more there's more continuity. The other big change was we had a pergola that was over the patio area, and we just left that off. There's no change to
402. Next page.
Okay. So I think that simplified that elevation quite a bit. Then the other thing I did was I went back and I looked at all the fenestrations, the doors, the windows, and really studied the existing building again and how those were placed, and then they all kind of random, and I think what we had before was almost too contemporary in a sense. So some of these got smaller, and they're not just like repetitive, but actually there's a lot of more thought put into the location of each one of these openings, where we put them, so it's not all symmetrical. I think I don't want that one printed so bad. I'm going to go to the perspective views too.
Okay. A501.
I'm going to skip to the next one, 502.
502.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Specifically, I looked at this. Previously, we had the pergola that became the main focal point. So when that went away, I really just took another look at these doors in the little window, and we added a screen in front of this that, again, is something that you see on the other side of the house. So it's not introducing a new element, but kind of playing off the old. So bringing that element back in there. I added the light fixtures. We played off, again, what was there existing. So I'll just point those out. A611. This is existing. So we have, at the main entrance, we have a very large light fixture. Then we have smaller ones above the garage right now, and then there's some wall-mounted fixtures around other entrances and windows. So I played off the same three types, picked ones that are very similar, and then applied them in a similar way. We have the larger fixture that goes next to that door that opens up onto the patio, one next to this entrance too. And then this is what was existing, so we're repeating that one on the other side. The wall-mounted ones goes next to the doors that's on the balcony, and the same on the balcony that faces towards the mountain.
Okay.
So I think that's that. Okay, then. There was a comment about the masonry, to emulate masonry chimneys. So we've gone back and we've adjusted all those chimneys to be deeper and look more like masonry.
Okay, A401.
Okay, so again, we played off the existing, kind of followed what was done there, and that's an existing one. And then the new one, the comments stated that we had to turn the one that's up at the balcony 90 degrees, so it's tucked into the building. So we really looked at the detailing of these chimneys and how they attach to the buildings. And then the comment was about, during the next presentation, indicate whether the proposal has been approached from a structures of merit designation perspective. And last time we had the historic structures report approved before this, so I did go back to that. And the way Firmina had prepared the report was to approach this as if this was already a historic landmark. So I think the whole evaluation was done from that standpoint. And I read through everything again and just made sure that the changes that we've made doesn't change anything that she evaluated in the report. The next comment also talks about the interior standards. I went through each point and literally checked it off, and with the exception of that pergola that went away, everything else still applies to what she evaluated. So we did actually do these 8 and 9 in our previous design, and again, I checked to make sure that we kind of complied with that.
Okay.
So I think we're still good on those comments.
Great.
The other, I did do some the finishes for the project. Essentially, we're just matching existing, so we're not introducing anything new. So I didn't bring a big board with roof tiles. I did bring the paint chips, which is matching again the existing. So as you can see from the pictures here, all the walls are white, and then there's painted trims. There's painted accents around doors with the lighter color and a darker pink that goes around that. And then all the windows are wood windows, and the doors are wood
Also
doors.
the garage door?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, with that color. And so we're just maintaining, matching the same, and the same with the brick, same with the tile, same with introducing accent tiles on the stairs, which is existing right now. So I hope that's acceptable.
It seems okay.
Okay, all right.
That finishes your presentation?
I believe so.
Okay, great. Thank you. I will open public comment. We have one public speaker slip, as you might guess, from Mr. DeForest.
Yes, a couple of things.
Where's that paint?
It's a little hard to tell from the pictures because there's a car there. I hope that the garage is not a carport and it is going to have doors, because looking at cars is not very attractive and make it look like a motel. So I hope though there is space for a carport, I hope that the look that one entering the house or coming up by the side of the now structure of merit house is not going to have to look at cars. The other thing is on the slats of the railing of the balcony railing, they don't look quite what Windsor Sewer would have done. I think there are too many slats, too many supports, and that should be restudied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, and I will bring it back to the commission. Start with Commissioner Arias.
Just a question. You are fencing the pool.
No, we're not.
Then you have to secure every window and door in the house to prevent access out.
You will be fencing the pool.
I'll be fencing the pool.
Well, or alarming the doors. I mean, you can do that.
You can alarm the doors and windows in the house or fence the pool. And I think you need to...
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, what?
No, okay, I just want to, is something to do with historic business?
No, that's actually building code.
Okay.
It's actually...
It's building code, and since I'm a pool owner, and I know the rules, and I kept looking for it, I wanted to alert you that you will have an obligation to do something.
Thank you for coming.
Because you don't want to find somebody floating in the pool.
Any other comments?
No other comments.
Great,
I think you've done a very nice job of addressing the comments.
Thank you.
Questions?
Yes, for questions.
Nicole, the refresh my memory, the architect of the original house?
I have to get the structures report.
It's Sol Hastings and
Winter.
Sol Murphy Hastings. Yeah.
Sewell. I think it's
Sewell,
Sewell.
sorry.
Sewell.
That's fine.
I hope he doesn't come back and slap me.
Is it related to chalk?
They'll probably work for them. Do we know that the paint colors, the color in the paint, the peach and powder blue, are they original?
Original. We have the picture of it, and it was in an original book. It's a book of the old houses of Santa Barbara, and it shows the.
You have to speak into the. You have to turn this on and speak into the microphone. Push
Yes, otherwise you'll keep hearing that phone.
All right.
You have to push the button so the light comes
It's
on.
on.
No, push it again. Good.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
They are original, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Permina Murray was the author of their historic structures report, so she might be able to answer questions on the.
Do you know if those are original colors on the peach?
You have to come up. You're gonna
come up.
For me, you're gonna have to come up.
There's colors now on the building now.
Yeah, but you know if they're original.
I didn't do an analysis or anything.
Okay.
I was only doing the addendum report to a historical report. So I don't think Alex did that because they're not doing painting on the building at all. So
Okay.
I don't know that answer.
That's
You
fine.
answered it. Thank you.
That's no other questions.
Okay. Commissioner Mayhem. any
Yeah.
questions?
Do we have a detail of the railing?
Just tell us what page.
And the other question is this a carport or
A7.
A701.
Actually, there are.
A701?
Upper right-hand corner. Up here. Isn't that? This is different than yours? Right here.
Yeah.
So we're looking at a detail here.
All the garages, they have the original door, which we have restored already.
Is it a carport or a garage?
It is actually a carport. We can't if we're trying to maintain the openings, the existing openings, and with that we can't meet the 20 by 20 space inside. So what so we're changing it to carport so we can.
So and these are 2 by 2. These are 2 by 2 verticals on the railing, probably at 4 inches on center or something
Correct.
like
Correct.
that.
Yeah. So it will be code gap.
Yeah, 4-inch spacing.
Correct.
Thank you.
No further questions?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I was wondering, and this hopefully will segue into a comment if I'm coherent enough. On 502, the bottom, the northwest perspective, page 502.
Northwest.
You're right there.
Yeah.
It looks like the part of the house, the original house facing the new patio, is being swallowed.
Are we looking at this point?
Yeah.
Is this a question or a comment?
No,
He's
I'm
formulating a
segueing
question.
Allow me to fiddle about here.
Did you mean to?
You are correct.
Yes.
I'll
in
show
that,
you.
In that northwest perspective illustration, it looks like the original part of the house is being swallowed by the new part of the house. And I was wondering if you had considered bringing a piece of the new wall in place of the wood vertical that's against the there.
Or that column.
That column. So that it would look like it actually it came around. The above it does, but I was wondering if you'd consider that so that it didn't look like it was just being driven into the new.
So,
Yeah.
so just so I understand,
So kind of
Commissioner,
like turn it
you're
back.
saying here,
That below that, actually on the
wall coming down.
this wall.
Nope. Well, bring that wall around toward those.
What, can you put your finger?
Yes.
Yes,
Let
I think
me.
I kind of want you to,
Okay.
because I'm not understanding
I'm
what
just.
you're saying.
Well, so, and I'm not an architect.
It's okay. I mean, I could retry it if you want.
That.
That
have
piece.
that and that.
Oh, I know.
So the
Have
same
this surface come
material.
down.
Yes.
Now I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
So it's the same material. So it looks like it's actually a corner of that material. So it's not like a piece that's been sort of subsumed by the new.
Wooden house.
I can
So I'm just,
definitely.
is that a question or a?
That was
No,
a
I can-
question.
That's a
Okay, good.
comment.
I want to make sure.
I want to explain a little bit why this ends up this way is because of, again, that roof of the existing building actually stops short, so that whole wall stops short, and that's the original. And so the other way was to, if I were to add to the original, so we just, because we kind of sliding the two-story into the existing wall, that's what ends up happening there. And so previously I had the pergola that kind of sort of hide it, and when I took it out, it became quite obvious again. I will definitely try what you said, because it is something that I think the angle kind of, every time I look at it, I don't know if you really will perceive it that way, but I can definitely see how that would change it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think everybody's asked their questions, right?
It
I
does.
don't have
That's-
additional
no, that's
questions.
good.
So since you formulated your comment as a question, I'll still let you start with comments.
Yes, okay. I would like to see. I would like to see that. What would you call it architecturally? That corner that it's wood on the.
Well, it's like it's like a engaged column. Or a
That
pilaster.
engaged column, boy, that's good. If that engaged column was of the same material as the wall above it and the wall of the new addition, I think even though it may only be 6 inches wide, it would provide a continuum with the part of the house that's not been remodeled, part of the original house. I think that would be visually. I'm looking at it now. Visually, it would make sense, and it would make the new structure visually, for me anyway, more part of the old structure.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thanks. And that's it?
That's it.
Great. Commissioner Mann.
Well, generally speaking, I think this is a really nice project, and I appreciate your addressing so many of the questions that we brought up at the first hearing. Getting to the issue of this, which my colleague was referring to, I believe that this is here and here. This is still a problem, and this new addition does not integrate into the existing house because of this chop-off thing. And the solution, of course, the solution has a problem, because I know that's a bathroom window right there, and that's one of the reasons you're keeping this roof. If this shed went back up there, it would feel, to my estimation, it would feel a lot better. You have a window problem, and I don't know just exactly how to solve that, and that's what you need to struggle with. Or a false chimney here might be something else that would help to integrate it. I don't know. It's for you to figure out the design, but I still feel this is not working right. And the house, as you said, it does still feel like it's being swallowed. The existing house is being swallowed by the new. Generally speaking, though, I like the proportions. I like what you've done here. I think that that this railing maybe needs some attention and could be more nicely detailed. I would, in fact, for instance, where these columns come down, lots of times you see a double outrigger there to support that column, and it gives a nice sense of a structure, and you might look at that. Maybe some corbels would help. Go and look at the porch on the Little Town Club. It's not a second-story porch, but it's a very beautifully designed porch by George Washington Smith, and it has spindled railings that are lovely. And maybe that would fit better into this is Spanish colonial revival, and this is kind of Monterey style, and maybe the spindles would feel better and be a little more sophisticated. But generally speaking, I like the direction that this is going.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lavoie, comments?
The original house is very Andalusian, very Spanish. There is no wood on it at all, expressed anywhere, and it's got very European proportions. And you have very awkwardly married it to a Spanish colonial revival Monterey style building. And I don't think they're working together yet. Rather than looking to American examples, you need to pull out that wonderful old book still in print, or not that you know it's still available, at exorbitant prices unless someone loans you one, of Andalusian architecture that these people were looking at when they designed these buildings, if they weren't looking at the real thing. So you still have that style problem. The other problem you're having is, as Mr. Drury said, it looks like the new building collided with the old, and it hasn't quite finished colliding with it yet. You have roof forms that really aren't working together, and you're going to have flashing problems and water problems down the road that you really don't want to walk into. That roof and how that element intersects the new is not working. You have to solve that problem, and I can't. It would take many sleepless nights to solve that problem. It's not an easy problem to solve, but it's a problem you're going to have to solve, or this collision isn't going to work for you, both technically and aesthetically. You have to simplify one more time, and you do need to look to European examples as opposed to American examples of how to go about putting these two buildings together.
Okay.
And
No comments.
I'm not too thrilled about the carports either.
Okay.
Hey, we had little smaller cars back then.
They did.
Is that F-350 you're trying to put in there?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And I also say in my recollection that this has come a long way.
Oh, yeah. It has.
And it needs to be pushed a little further, but it's come a long way from when we first saw this.
Well, good.
This project.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You're to be commended. It's very difficult, as Commissioner LaVoy said, it's a very difficult thing to marry these two things properly.
Okay. And we have one
we
more.
We have every confidence.
Thank you, Commissioner Drury. Commissioner Arias.
No comments.
No comments.
Even made.
Okay, well, I don't think I have a lot more to add. I heard
Mr. Chair, I think we should give the applicant the benefit of the doubt, at least on are carports acceptable or not.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I think in this particular situation, and where this house is located, so far, this is
it's not so visible.
It's not something that you drive by and say, "Oh my gosh."
Mm-hmm.
Like when you turn onto Roble Lane from Mission Ridge, the first house there has a carport. And it used to be that there was a Rolls Royce sitting in the carport. And I always thought that
quite a requirement.
That was a funny thing. Rolls Royces don't fit in carports. I see this is a BMW.
1932 Rolls Royce.
But when a house is so far away from the road, and it really is a very private thing, and if the applicant feels that this is acceptable to him, then I would support the carport.
Okay.
Myself, I don't know.
It's a surprise to the applicant, actually. So, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Actually, I have a kind of answer to your comment, or sort of the reason that we did not make it exactly like a Spanish style original the house was my own instruction, because I did not want it to. This is a piece of art, a work of art by architect, which is there. Mm-hmm. And you don't want to add something to it that some people come and see it, just pretend that was original. Mm-hmm. We wanted to make something which fits with the original work of art, work of architecture, but not kind of make it like a fake,
I understand.
To be fake. And so in a way, that was my comment. And also, since you have been, we have been here quite a few times. I bought this house 26 years ago. And then we first started to go and because it's in a way it's a big house, but not very comfortable.
See, I want you to go quickly because I'll interrupt you.
Tia is the 5th architect who worked on this. And I had about 2 plans approved by the city here, and I tore it down because I did not see that fits the house that we do.
Okay.
So I'm very conscious about how it should look, how the thing should be. And this was my instruction to Tia, and this is what she's done.
Okay.
As far as
Great, thank you. So just let's finish on the carport. I personally don't have a problem with the carport in this instance. Or any of the other commissioners?
It's not as strong. I mean, if everything else gets solved, no, that's minor.
So at least we are giving, and I appreciate that, Commissioner Mayo, that we're giving direction that doesn't give them confusion of how to proceed. So carport will be fine. Back to you. If there's
and that should go with as a comment that a majority of the present board is accepting that as a carport.
I would make a motion for like 2 weeks or indefinite continuance. 2 weeks. For a 2-week continuance for the applicant, and with the comment that a majority of the board commission finds the carport acceptable, and we would like the applicant to study the connection of the existing house with the new in such a way that it integrates better architecturally than at present, and to further study the Monterey style and to try to bring that more into conformance with the Spanish colonial revival style.
Do you want to say the
Andalusian European style. I suggested the Little Town Club, which is all European, and the detailing is very, very sophisticated. Whereas the Monterey is a simpler kind of architecture. So that's my motion.
Okay, and it was motion by Mayhem, second by Drury. Any further comment? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstained? Okay, motion passes. So you'll be back in a couple weeks. Great, thank you. Appreciate all the drawings and everything. It's great.
Okay.
What you should do when you come back, just bring 2 copies so you can have one and then the commission can have one. I'll let you take this one today.
I think you maybe want.
Great.
Do we need? Oh, we have one.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have this set.
Well, they're not going to change. Why don't we just keep it?
Oh, I guess it's not going to change. Okay, we can just keep this. You have it for reference?
It's on the set too, so
Oh, they usually like the originals in the file. Great. Thanks.
Okay.
Do you have your photographs? Great. Thank you. They're right there. Okay, next item. Is everybody doing okay with no breaks? I can go straight through. Pardon me?
No.
You're good.
I'm going to get some of these.
We're behind, so if we can keep
Yeah,
going. I'd like
a
to.
10-minute break.
You'd like a 10-minute break?
I'd like a 10-minute
I'm
Okay.
going to have to leave here to make a 6 o'clock meeting, so.
Make the 6 o'clock?
Well,
And I also
I think we'll
have
make
to eat
that.
something.
Yeah, but I think I wouldn't mind honoring the 10-minute break because most people don't go all the way through. So, but be prompt, please. All right. So we will reconvene here at 3:42. Sorry.
3:40.
Morning, noon, and nighttime too. All I do the whole day through is dream of you.
The summer wind came blowing in from across the sea. It lingered there to touch your hair and walk with me. All summer long we sang a song, then we strolled that golden sand. 2 sweethearts and the summer wind. Like painted kites, those days and nights went flying by. The world was new beneath the blue umbrella sky. Then softer than life for man, one day it called to you. I lost you to the summer wind, the autumn wind, and the winter wind. They have come and gone, but still the days, those lonely days, go on and on. But guess who sighs his lullabies through nights that never end? My fickle friend, the summer wind. Come and gone, but still the days, those lonely days, go on and on. And guess who sighs his lullabies through nights that never end? My fickle friend, the summer wind. Ooh, that summer wind, warm, warm summer wind. That summer wind.
Stars shining bright above you, night breezes seem to whisper I love you, birds singing in the sycamore tree, dream a little dream of me, say night and kiss me, just hold me tight and tell me you miss me, while I'm alone and blue as can be. Dream a little dream of me. Stars fading, but I still craving your kiss. I'm longing to linger till dawn, dear, just saying this. Sweet dreams till sunbeams find you, sweet dreams that leave all worries behind you. But in your dreams, whatever they be, dream a little dream of me. Sweet dreams till sunbeams find you, sweet dreams that leave all worries behind you. But in your dreams, whatever they be, dream a little dream of me.
Meeting. We're on item 5, 33 West Victoria Street. I'm going to read the minutes from last time, which I believe it was for the sign last time too. Yep. Motion. So this was last time we reviewed was on October 8th, 2014. Motion continued 4 weeks. My mic's behind me. I got ratted out just now. Okay, so again, we're on item 5, 33 West Victoria Street, and this is the motion from last time. Appreciation was expressed for the sign committee's referral, allowing the full commission to provide advice and comments. The marquee, number 2, the marquee poster case's design needs to be more traditional and elevated in its detailing, such as the ones located in back of the Granada Theater. Consider integrating a sign into the railing similar to the one proposed to be in the back of the building, only smaller. Number 4, a sign celebrating the rehabilitated theater, such as a blade sign integrated in one of the light fixtures, may be supportable. Number 5, the concept of flags is supportable. It was suggested that the flag poles be mounted to the square beams that cantilever out of the building as opposed to the brackets. Number 6, it was unanimous that too much signage is being proposed for the front of the building. Number 7, the 2 proposed pole signs tend to clutter the front of the building and are not supportable. Splitting a pole in half and mounting it against another structure would not be acceptable. The building design is not Victorian industrial, therefore it is not an appropriate design inspiration. Number 8, although a majority would not support pole signs, a reduction in the amounts proposed, such as 2 flags and only 1 pole sign, may be considered. In order for the 1 pole sign to possibly receive support, it would have to be an exceptional neo-Gothic design style. Motion was by Lavoie, second by Mahan, 9-0. Motion went ahead. So please introduce yourselves, welcome, and make a presentation.
Jason Curry, architect with PMSM Architects.
Okay.
And Derek Weston on the board.
Great, thank you.
So the previous submittal, we were looking for 2 exceptions to the sign ordinance. One was to be able to use a pole sign, and the other was square footage that's above the guidelines.
Mhm.
In this proposal, we've decided to take out the pole sign, so we're not asking for that exception, and we're not proposing any pole signs in this package. And as far as the square footage, we're allowed the 90-foot based on the frontage that has the main entrance per the application. And in our building, we've got 136 feet frontage on the Victoria Street side. That gives a 90 allowable.
Okay.
The square footage of signage that we have on the Victoria Street side is 69. But when we look at the total building, we also have 80 at the back, so that puts us over the 90. But since these are such separated facades, if we were to take the similar approach at the back side of the building, then we would be underneath the 90 for both sides. So that said, I'll go through and talk about each one of the different sign components and the kind of the other options that we looked at based on the comments from the last meeting. We are proposing.
So can you bring that to closer to your when
Just to your mouth. You
right.
just want to,
Yeah. So that way we can hear you better. Thank you.
Thanks. So at the Victoria Street side, at the entrance of the building, we're proposing 2 small poster cases that would go on either side of the center pair of doors on the pilasters. And we're proposing, right now we're showing 4 flag signs. We would be okay with going down to 2 if that were the recommendation from the commission, but we would prefer to have 4. The idea with all of these is that they are changeable and they're part of the marquee of the building. So if we have the 4 flags, it might be that 2 are with kind of the name of the building and that 2 are interchangeable for the different shows. And it might be that they don't actually, even if we had 4 poles, that they wouldn't always have 4 flags flying, that when there wasn't a show on, they might not have flags. The other component is a larger poster case at the back side of the building. Let me go through and kind of talk in a little bit more detail about each of them. But maybe first I'll talk about the other options.
Those two.
Sure.
Thanks.
Different types of signs that we studied, but that we didn't really think would be appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, my recommendation would be, just for brevity, if you can just show us what you'd like to do, and then if it comes up in questions about, well, why didn't you study this, then you could go back and show us the history.
Sounds good. Let's do
I
that
think
one.
it'll help you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep us clear.
Great. Let's start right here then with the small-sized poster cases. These would be on either side of the door, kind of down low at a pedestrian height at an eye level. Here's a little rendering of what that would look like. The idea being that it's a very simple frame. The center portion would be a glass panel door that's openable, and you could put in a changeable sign. The top part would be a permanent sign, and this is showing kind of a cut metal that's lit with a concealed light from behind, showing the name of the theater and ensemble theater company. And then a similar sort of port at the bottom where this would be changeable, and it could be in a metal cut to look like the rest of the frame for kind of the general sign, hours for the box office. But then they could also change it out for different shows to list specific hours or the run of the play, that sort of thing.
And this is all bronze?
So it would be a powder coated steel in a bronze color.
Thank you.
And I think we submitted the sample boards, color sample boards last time. They might be in your files. So this is a rendering of what it might look like. But
Okay, so we're saying it's like powder-coated steel to look like bronze.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then the flag options.
Can I just do one thing?
So looking at the overall elevation of the building, this is kind of the theater portion of the building. We're proposing two that are framing the center pair of doors, and then two that are at the either end. The detail is working within the existing framing of the brackets that support these little architectural features. These are dormers that stick out from the building. The idea being that a flagpole that comes off of the building a certain distance is a lot better for reading from obliquely from the side, down from State Street or from Chapala, and that anything kind of closer to the building really is going to get lost in the ins and outs of the existing facade. We took a relook at the detailing of those and added a few little made the brackets a little bit, gave them a kind of a quatrefoil shape, similar to some of the newer stuff that we're putting on the building to blend into the Gothic Revival portion of the one of the many kind of stylistic elements as part of the building. This is just a color rendering showing what a typical flag might be like, mostly image with just a minimal amount of text and kind of a graphic logo.
Thank you for your help.
And I just brought some photos just to kind of, because looking at the elevation's a little bit tough to see that we have a lot of elements that project from the face of the building, and having a kind of a blade closer to the building, especially from the sidewalk view, really gets hidden by the existing features.
So this was that was the previous game, I'm going to say?
So this was a photo. There were some temporary signs out
gotcha.
there that happened to be, that's not part of the proposal.
Yeah, okay. I knew it was part of the proposal, just trying to get it. Okay.
Thanks for that clarification. Then moving on to the back side of the building, we're proposing a larger poster case here, and we're kind of taking the idea from the Granada project. And that photo is to kind of give us a little bit of scale to...
And this is right here on this portion of it?
That's correct.
Okay,
Those
so
steps.
it's on the face of that.
So it's on the face of this existing wall that
Got it.
screens the stair. Existing wall that has a little cornice detail on the top of it.
Okay.
So this rendering that we're looking at is a real close-up view just of this space.
Right.
We're kind of using the idea from the Granada Theater, the way that they have a similar thing on the back side of the building,
Facing
the
the
large
garage.
tower facing the garage. And it was our firm that did that, so we were benefited. We had the plans to look at it.
They're not charging you for this.
And this is so it's a same size poster. We're proposing a slightly more less decoration in the detailing, just some metal profiles and kind of a slimmer design. The Granada is a little bit more ornamental than this building, so we think that the simpler approach is appropriate here. And just to give a size comparison, the posters would be the same size. There's these 5 on the back of the Granada, and we're proposing 3 that fit there.
Great. Is that everything?
That's everything.
Perfect. Good. Thank you. I will open public comment. Seeing no public speaker slips, I will close public comment and bring it to the commission, starting with Mr. Drury. Mr. Drury, any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay, Commissioner Mayhem.
The only question I have is the material of the flagpoles. What I know you say steel, but how would they be finished?
So for the flagpoles, I was thinking that the rest of the kind of wrought iron work on the building is a flat black wrought iron style.
It is.
So that's what the
So that's
the
what they'd match that, like the railing out there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Commissioner Murray.
No questions.
Commissioner LeBoy.
No questions.
Commissioner
No
Reese.
question.
Great. I have no questions either because I asked him while you were presenting. So we'll start with comments. Commissioner Reese.
Well, I looked at this and I went, oh. You saw the look on my face because I saw the flagpole and I saw the ordinance and I thought, oh my, here we are. But staff graciously went up and checked, and as long as the pole is not stuck in the ground, it is not considered a pole sign. So I'm very happy.
Okay.
I wondered about that.
I don't want to make mistakes, but I think I can support the additional advertising, and I just appreciate everything you all have done to keep and restore this building. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner LeBoy.
I agree. I would add that it's very nicely detailed, appropriate for the building. I would support the additional signage. I don't really consider it additional in that you have 2 public facades, basically.
Yeah.
And cumulatively, you would be well under the signage. So I think it should be considered as public frontage.
Perfect.
So a nice design.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Nothing
Murray.
to add. I concur with those comments.
Mayhem.
Yeah, I think the flags will be an asset to the architecture and will be very, very enjoyable.
Great.
Joyous.
Okay, and I want to weigh in. I think this is great, and I really, once again, not that we always want to be listened to, but you took what we gave back as feedback, and I think you came back with an even better presentation, and it's very cohesive, and it looks great. So I can't wait to see it up there, so thank you. So we need a motion?
With an exceptions finding, it looks like.
Oh, dear, do we have to do that?
Are required.
Okay.
yeah.
Bill does those really
Do you
well.
want to do those?
Other Bill.
I hear a motion coming from Commissioner LeBoy.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Mr. LeBoy.
as soon as I find the right page.
It's the number.
I have the
Yeah, there we go.
How's it for
Give
us?
it to me.
Yeah,
Here, give it to Bill.
Give it
I'll
to
give
me.
it to Bill.
these 3.
Okay, good.
Glad people are paying attention.
I'd make a motion for final approval of the design as submitted, and granting the exception for the additional square footage of signage, based on the consideration that this building does have 2 public fronts, and that what is being proposed as a total is in is below that. And also the grounds for this motion and granting the exception. There are exceptional and extraordinary circumstances and conditions applicable to the property involved. And it is appropriate to the intended use of the property and does not apply generally to other properties in the vicinity. The granting of the exception will not materially detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. The proposed sign is in conformance with the stated purpose and intent of the sign ordinance.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, motion by Lavoie, second by Mahan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No exception.
Mr. Chair, you have to make the announcement that it's appealable to the city
Thank
council.
you. Yes, so this
Sorry,
is
but
appealable within 10 days
Thank
to
you.
the city council. You guys understand the motion? Great. The approval. One last. Sure.
Thank you. I just want to say that we really value the help you gave us in improving the design over the years, and really value the appreciation. We have received overwhelming positive public response. To my knowledge, not a single disapproving comment from anybody ever.
Fantastic. Thanks for sharing that. Okay. Well, thank you. Great. Thank you. Well done.
All right, we're back on time.
That makes sense.
We're back on time.
Are we really? Wow. That doesn't happen often. Okay. Great. Yeah, we have one full set.
Items will be coming up.
See you later.
Okay. Next item.
You want to take these?
500 Ninos.
Sorry.
Yeah. We only need one.
Can you pass those down to her? Thank
This morning to bring in
There you go.
Well, you're good. She's got enough sets. You're good. Oh, yeah. We just gave her two.
Something else that needs to get passed down. Mr.
Item
Brewery.
number 6.
40 minutes behind.
We're still off, but we caught some time. Oh, yeah. This is 500 Ninos Drive, which is otherwise known as the Santa Barbara Zoo. Welcome. Anywhere? Okay, last reviewed on June 4th. Okay, folks, I got to pull up the old one.
There we go. You got it?
I'm getting it right now.
Good.
There you go. That's item 5. Item 6. While they're setting up, I'm going to read the minutes from the previous. Hang on. So, last review. Okay, this is on June 4th, 2014. Motion continued indefinitely to the Planning Commission with positive comments. Photographic view studies were reviewed and found to be acceptable. The project will not be visible from the street. Number 3, the Commission has reviewed the proposed project and compatibility analysis criteria have been generally met for this project. Compliance, the proposed design complies with all city regulations. These are just boilerplates. I'm not going to read them all. It met compatibility, appropriate size, and then public views were not inhibited, and we have open space. So this is great. You guys welcome. Please introduce yourselves and make your presentation.
Cameron Carey, agent for the zoo.
Rich Block, Chief Executive Officer, Santa Barbara Zoo.
Ray Twyford, architect at Blackbird Architects.
Great. Welcome. Okay. Who wants to present? I'm sorry?
Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Staff first.
Kelly Broaddus,
Yes.
I'm the assistant planner I'm the case planner assigned to the zoo, and
Great.
I just wanted to let you guys know that the project went to the Planning Commission on July 17th and received approval for a coastal development permit. So now the applicant is here back requesting project design and final approval, and then subsequently to today's hearing, they'll go into the building department. So.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Bradson. Okay, now it's back to you.
Okay, well, the quick overview on this is the Santa Barbara Zoo has been fortunate to become part of a larger program for Maasai giraffe, and as our contribution to that program, it's to produce baby giraffes periodically. We have a breeding male, Michael, who came to us from Canada. He was the #1 draft choice for breeding male giraffes in the giraffe world, and we were very rarefied. Yes. So I used to say Andrew Luck, but now that's getting old. But so we got very fortunate that as a partner in this larger group of institutions working with Maasai giraffes that we were lucky to get. Michael, we have 2 breeding female giraffes that both gave birth about 1.5 years ago. And those giraffes have moved on to other facilities. We currently have a new baby on the ground that's not so new, but was born in November, and one more that's expected within weeks to arrive. And these giraffes also, as part of this effort, will go to other institutions. This brings us to this project with this kind of prospect of having baby giraffes into quite a few years into the future. One of the things we did need to do was create a facility that was better for managing the animals, both for moving them, for at early ages keeping Michael, the father, separated from the offspring, not because of any aggression, but at 16 feet tall, a 6-foot baby is just out of his cognitive realm of dealing with things. So for protection and safety of the offspring, to be able to manage Michael separately from the rest of the giraffes is really important. And we have a few opportunities to improve health care in doing this. Taking care of giraffes when they're healthy is not a problem, but when they are not healthy, so whether it's foot care or other medical treatment, our facility right now is adequate, but there's some changes that we'd like to make to this to ensure that we have really good long-term health care. So the facility itself is a response to our entry into this management group, and the design of this is in response to improved ways to manage and care for this giraffe herd that we are now fortunate to have here in Santa Barbara.
Oh, cool.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
So I'll take over architecturally. From what I understand, this hasn't changed much since you've seen it last, just minor refinements to everything as we move forward with the details and stuff. Nothing major has changed.
Yeah, I would just say if there's anything that changed, that's the only thing you really need to focus on.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think we're able to move forward. So,
I think the only kind of real change was just changing some panels that are not visible anywhere. They're internal, and it was a decision to...
Well, show us
we
the
only care
plans.
about exterior.
Do we
so
have that on there? We don't have
if it's all internal, we don't care.
Yeah, that's it.
Just for the
externally,
just for the
nothing has
public, I'm
changed.
just going to show the elevation page, just since you guys have pretty drawings.
A3 is an elevation.
Okay, here we go. Pretty elevation. And that does look like what I remember seeing.
Yep. And well, it should be, and you have to remember that Michael has the potential of, he's still growing. So he has a sibling that's at about 18 feet. So in order to make sure that the interior is safe, lighting, everything else, the ceiling needs to be just that much higher to give him adequate clearance.
All right,
so
well,
that's the reason for a building that's pretty tall.
Okay.
Yeah, so the only thing other than that changed externally is we added a couple windows to the ends that aren't visible from the streets and stuff, but to get natural ventilation or natural light into the
Okay.
space beyond that.
Great. So that would show
It
on the
will
next
show
page.
on the next page.
Fine. Let's just take a look at that, and then we'll move on. There they are. So those 2 windows on either end. Okay. You're done with your presentation? I can open public comment. Okay. Public comment is open. No speaker slips. We will close public comment and bring it back to the commission. Do we have any questions? Are we ready to have somebody make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'm just curious what these ellipses are, these semicircles. What do those represent?
Asking about these.
Canopy.
They're the tree canopy, yeah. You know they are. They're tree canopy.
Yeah.
What?
They're the tree canopy.
The real tree canopy.
It's the definition of
It's a definition of the tree canopy.
Yes.
I see.
As opposed to the graphic
Okay.
image they used.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? All right, we'll go to comments.
I think it's a great project. That's my comment.
Great.
I think it's a great project, but I would like to, being from Iowa, I would like to correct the applicant that baby giraffes are not babies, they're calves.
Glad you solved that one.
Other than that, it's great.
Right?
Great presentation.
Our donors like to call them babies.
They're calves.
Well, I guess
calves,
whatever
right?
brings in the most money, Moving on.
Point taken.
Any other comments to my right?
I think for public certification, we have always treated this as a special design district and not held to the HLC guidelines.
Okay. So,
Otherwise,
in other words, it's contextual to what
what is up there, yes.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion for final approval of the drawings as submitted.
Second.
Well, it was motion by Lavoie, second to my right by Murray. All
Can
in
you say
favor?
it's a project
Aye.
design approval and final?
Oh, sorry. Okay. So
Project design approval and final.
And final approval. Okay. Great. And that was good with the
Yes.
seconder?
We don't have
So
to
all
address
those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope.
Aye. Sorry.
Appealable.
No, I said aye.
Aye.
It
It was a delayed aye, not an opposed
delayed
aye. Okay. All in favor, motion passes. Thank you.
The city council.
Thank you. Again, this is appealable to the city council within 10 days, and you guys understand the motion. Great. Thanks for the great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Rios, for keeping me on track. No, I appreciate it.
drawings
I'd rather
back.
not
I
have
just
to
have to
reopen
keep
an
one
item.
set.
So
You have
thank
to
you.
keep one, right?
No, seriously, I'm taking no offense.
Okay.
When you chair, you need all the help you can get, especially as the longer the meeting goes.
Chair of Planning Commission for 4 years.
Another one?
Move that one, guys.
Are we really? We're close.
We're close.
Okay.
3:45. All right.
Well, we're only 20 minutes behind now.
20 minutes behind. Okay. Next item, otherwise known as the gas station. Sorry.
Gas
340 West Carrillo Street, item number 7.
Again.
I hate to do this to you.
What's that? Did I skip?
On that last one, according to the minutes, Lavoie, Murray, always Rios, and Sudi were absent.
But a baby.
So what?
Calves actually
Help
are.
me be.
Calves are really cute. They're very.
Oh, I've dealt with, I've pulled calves out of cows.
You were voting against this.
Pulled calves out of heifers, I should say.
There you go.
Out of a cow. You know, cows know what they're doing. Heifers get a little
All right,
back.
you guys are up. I guess we've probably some minutes I need to read. Oh, this was given to me, so I can give this back. Can you to her desk?
Yes.
That'd be great. Item 7.
Okay.
Bob?
Thank you.
How are you?
Good.
Okay, this item is here for fourth concept review. It's been in front of us before. It was last here on November 5th, 2014. I'm going to find those minutes. This has been quite the project. Okay. Motion, continued indefinitely with comments. Provide a site plan and proposed landscape plan. Lack of conformance to El Pueblo Viejo guidelines for the architecture of the building is supportable given that the proposed changes to the building are not substantial. The existing building design may remain as it is. Boy, it took a long time to get there. Fixed windows that look like garage doors are acceptable. Study adding landscape being in front of the building where the garage doors are eliminated. Study a lighter color for the blanked out windows as the proposed black color would not be appropriate within El Pueblo Viejo Landmark Design District. A white or translucent window treatment is suggested. Any future approvals would include a condition that there be no exterior vending machines. Motion was by Mahan, seconded by Arias, all in favor. Mr. Sharp stepped down at the time. Of course, he's no longer here. Okay, motion carried. Do we have staff comments? I saw a motion over there. So, Ms. Kaufman.
Yes, on behalf of the case planner, Tony Bauman, who can't be here right now, in front of you, I just added some highlighted sections that are specific to the requested landscaping waiver. The waiver of the parking lot landscaping requirements.
Okay, great. So thank you. That's what these are. So now if you could introduce yourselves and make your presentation.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Jeff Burrell and Bob Cunningham.
Light on. There you go.
Jeff Burrell with LMA Architects and Bob Cunningham, Landscape Architect.
Great. Welcome.
Yeah. Okay, so for the presentation, I'll get to it here.
Okay, by all means.
And then Bob, most of this is landscaping. I guess the main issue for me and what you're interested in is the glass.
Okay.
So what we have done, well, you've got some photographs, but I've got some other ones here. For this front elevation, the board
put it in the middle forward. Yeah,
the board was talking about rather than the black spandrelite, to go with a lighter color, And what I'm suggesting here, and we can go any way you want, but what it seemed appropriate to me, this is black spandrel now and clear glass, and you're going to have 2 doors here. What I'm proposing is that these garage doors simulate garage doors and are clear glass, and then they have the aluminum panel at the bottom like they have now. And Bob is going to show some landscaping in front of it that was we were asked to study that. I think it was kind of a mixed board that felt whether that was appropriate to have the landscaping or not in front of garage doors. So I leave that up to you. And then what I'm suggesting is continuing across the top here with the black laminate, and that kind of emphasizes the garage doors. You'll see where that laminate comes across. And then this panel on the corner go with the kind of milky white glass, and then that wraps around, and then all of this is the lighter milky white. And I think that's pretty much it for me. There was, well, that's more of a DART question, I think, but I don't know if you want to put input on that. One of the DART comments was to put a curb to protect pedestrians from the driveway. And as I looked at that, and I drove by it a couple of times, and I happened to see this truck parked here getting gas, but that to me seems like that would be a tripping hazard, to put a little curb there, either somebody getting out of their car or...
Is it going to remain a filling station?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just asking because that sort of answers the question for me.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's fine.
Okay, we need to go to the next sheet. And let me start by saying I'm heartbroken that we have no landscape architects in attendance on the commission.
We'll try our best.
Doesn't make your life any easier.
But we'll take your advice, okay?
Yeah, just okay. And I also apologize for not having plant images on the plan, because I know that's helpful.
Yes.
And
especially
it
with
just
these Latin names.
did not
This
get
is digging
done.
his hole, isn't it?
Yeah, starting out as a deficit. And you, we did not send you a revised plan.
Not that I've seen.
For the engineer's request. These 2 trees are not supposed to be there.
Where?
This one.
Because of traffic?
And this one.
Because of who?
The client is concerned about visibility.
The client.
So it's the
Yes.
client, not the... oh, well, you know how this is going. Okay.
I apologize for that. This should have been, yeah. This should have
Even
been.
with trimming off.
Yeah,
proposed trees. No,
those are proposed trees. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Present. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're sorry. We're interrupting you, so please make the presentation.
Well, okay. Everything else is as it should have been. Well, also, this is not a planter, and we assumed that it was. So this is paving in here.
Okay.
And these 2 trees pretend aren't there.
I think they're showing bicycle parking there. Yeah.
All right. Well, go ahead and tell us what is that.
Okay. Again, 2 existing trees. We've got a large jacaranda here, and we've got a fairly rare Melaleuca staphyloides here. You cannot find them commercially available any longer, so we're preserving both of those, and they're nice trees. Filling in along these edges, we've got this 2-story apartment building here. So these are Brisbane box, Tristenia conferta, a narrow, drought-tolerant eucalyptus relative tree here and here. And these are shown essentially at full size when mature in terms of the canopy. And then a feature tree in the corner here, an Arbutus marina, which is, it'll be a multi-trunk tree. It's got red trunks, red wood. It's a very nice tree. So essentially, I mean, we're pretty much screening everything on this side. We're proposing along here where we've got a wood fence, just tall shrubs against the fence. We're not putting any vines on the fence because that would not be good maintenance-wise. We have a little, an air filling station right about here where we're not putting in these taller shrubs. These are Mahonia Golden Abundance, which would be about a 6 foot high by 5 foot wide, dark glossy green, evergreen, California native plant. Where we haven't got that, we've got heavenly bamboo against the fence, which again will probably get to be about 6 feet high, but it's not as wide. We don't want to have the Mahonias so close to the air filling station that people get poked because the leaves are spiky. Under the jacaranda and also along here, both of these frontages, we've got red kangaroo paw, which is, you know, everything here is waterized, drought tolerant. You know, we can't really do anything else, but I think we've got a fairly colorful landscape. These 3 spots are a yucca. It's a soft-leafed yucca, so it won't be poking people in the face, but it will. It can easily be trained up against the walls of the building to get some height. The kangaroo paws will get to be about 3.5 feet tall, closer to 4.5 feet tall when they're in bloom. The ground cover in these cases is called blue chalk sticks. It's like a blue ice plant. I'm sure you've seen it. It's pretty popular these days, being a drought-tolerant plant. In the parkway strip here, the lawn is coming out. There are 2 Mexican fan palms here. We're not proposing any new trees. Low ground cover, the blue chalk sticks, and a very prostrate Diamondia. This parkway strip here, as you can see with the curve here, this driveway is being reduced. So we've got, I think, about 10 feet to landscape here. What's existing is a very mature planting of juniper shrubs. We'll basically just stop that where it stops now and plant a more prostrate ground cover because city regulations don't really allow anything taller than 8 inches in public parkways. Same kind of screening shrubs over here so that we're screening as much of this parking as we can. And again, the Mahonia along here. It's a very simple, you know, we're hoping almost maintenance-free landscape with very little, if any, pruning required to keep plants within their spaces. You know, knowing the use of the site, it's probably not going to get a high level of maintenance, so we want to make sure that what we're planting is going to be able to survive pretty much on its own. In the front here, the monument sign is about here, I think. So what we're trying to do here is we've got taller plants along here and a couple of taller plants here. These are the kangaroo paws. And the rest of this is the blue chalk sticks and limonium, also known as status, which is, you know, about a 2 foot tall, lavender flowered, pretty much perpetually blooming plant and perennial, let's say. That is essentially what we have. And I do need to request that we be permitted to not plant those 2 trees.
Okay, you're done with your presentation?
Done with my presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to open public comment. I see a speaker's slip coming this way. Mr. DeForest, please. Thank you. I'll give it right back to you. James.
Thank you. I wasn't quite clear. Is there planning in front of where the garage bays used to be? Is there going to be planning there? If so, I always think in these converted gas stations, especially ones that have been part of the streetscape for so long, it looks sort of odd to plant out the garage bays, even though they're not being used as garage bays anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeForest. And the proposal is that they were planting. Their proposal is to plant in front of them, just to answer your question. You can't hear me. Is my mic not working?
Oh, sure.
Apparently, you can't hear me. Anyway, the answer to the question is they were proposing, or they are proposing planting in front of those doors.
Right, and
I heard your comment, but you asked it first as a question, so I was just trying to answer your question.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, well, it is on, so I'll bring it to the commission, starting with Commissioner Arias.
No comments or questions?
Well, starting with questions.
No, either one.
Okay, great. Mr. Lavoie.
Sure. Two unrelated questions. The first one on the project. What would it take to get this to conform to the parking standard requirements?
Mr. Chair, could I
Yes.
offer some staff comments on Tony Bauman?
Yes,
on the
by all
manner
means.
of Sign of this project.
You might be able to answer that question, too, but go ahead, please.
I will.
Thank you.
This will be going to the Planning Commission, as you know, because you've seen it before. Today is the first time you've seen the proposed landscaping.
Correct.
It's an as-built conversion of a gas station to a mini-mart, so it's a conditional use permit at the Planning Commission. It's an existing site, and there's a lot of new planter area proposed. The perimeter planters that are part of the landscaping requirements in the parking ordinance, the site doesn't meet the requirement in the parking ordinance for perimeter planters along the street frontages. They're proposing a new planter around the back of the site, or to make that planter bigger. The planters between the subject's property and the adjacent properties does conform. But we would be looking for the commission to comment on a waiver for the perimeter planters at the streets. And also, there's more, that row of parking spaces at the back, there's more than 8 spaces in a row, so there's supposed to be an intervening interior planter between parking spaces. So you'd be waiving that requirement. Of course, there's a good bit of tree canopy along those parking spaces anyway. But staff would recommend that the HLC grant a reduction or waiver of the perimeter planter requirement because it is an existing constrained site, and these are pretty big improvements to the existing situation with regard to landscaping. And Jeff mentioned that issue of a separation between that front sidewalk and that fueling lane, those pumps that are close to the street. I did talk to transportation planning staff and building and safety staff. I checked in with both of those groups today. And they are very firm that the vehicles must be kept off the public sidewalk somehow. So if you all have any ideas or comments on the aesthetic aspect of that, feel free.
Okay, great, thank you. Back to Mr. Lavoie.
If I might add, just one small point was that drive break is coming out, and so there is some landscaping being added on the street frontage there.
There were 2 curb cuts before, now there's just this one here.
Correct.
And then these 2 here.
May I point out something else?
Go ahead, and then we'll move on.
If I'm not incorrect, and who knows about that, the zoning ordinance calls for 30 inches of planter along the property edges.
Well, I passed it out here to the commission. The area is highlighted. Where perimeter planters...
It says 3.5 feet.
3.5 feet.
But a street, they're supposed to be 5 feet.
Oh, that's height.
Wide.
But
5 foot in
against
depth.
property lines, though. Interior.
Where such parking areas and/or driveways abut a street, a planting area at least 5 feet in depth shall be provided. So that's at the street side.
Right.
I'm trying to find where parking area driveways abut a neighboring building or a property line not adjoining a street, a planting area of at least 5 feet in depth shall be provided.
Okay.
So in both cases, asking for 5 feet. Now you just opened yourself
And I am
up to
incorrect,
a question.
but we do have a wider planter here, and we have. We'll continue this one over here.
Okay. The proposal looks like it conforms where the property abuts neighboring properties, but not where it abuts the street.
I'm going to bet it's actually less. Mr. Lavoie? So go back to Mr. Lavoie.
Did you work for Phil Shipley?
No, in fact, I haven't heard that name in many, many years. No.
Mayor? Have your scale?
What did you ask?
Does he have a scale in your pocket? Scale?
I do not have a scale
I
today.
live in the complex he did the landscape for with Dudley Trudgeon.
I knew him, but a long time ago.
Oh.
Tony, we have a scale.
It's okay.
On the scale.
I do not know.
Keep one in that that cabinet back there.
All right, so
I'm done.
Okay, you're done. Thank you.
With
What's going
questions.
on here? Yeah, you did say one was
Are we on break?
There you go.
No, we're not. It feels that way. Thank
Just
you.
an aside, sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Murray.
I have no questions.
Yeah, I can't find the right scale. Commissioner Mayhem, go ahead.
What are we at, questions now?
We're questions.
So I'm going to get back to this black glass.
There we go. 360.
There's
Here we go.
better to look at, Bill.
It's 4 feet.
Oh, yeah, this one is. There you go.
So is this existing now? Is this clear glass now existing?
This is clear glass now, and there's going to be ducting and stuff hanging in there. Yes, so this is clear, this is black underneath here.
And then what's this here? This is clear?
That is clear now, yeah.
And you're proposing that this would all be black?
No.
Oh.
I'm proposing that, let's see, where's the...
Here, do it over here, though. I'm sorry. Do it. Yeah, come on back to your spot.
Where
that way you'll be on mic
there's
too.
another door going to be added here.
Yeah.
So there'll be a pair of doors here. So I'm suggesting that black, excuse me, that the black come across the top here till you get to this panel, and then the translucent glass comes up that corner, at that corner, making its transition here, and then wraps around, and all of that is the translucent white glass. And that, here's a view of the end. So wrapping that around with the translucent glass seemed to make sense to come up on that corner, to my eye at least. But
okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Mr. Drury.
Yes, was there a dictum from the commission about putting planters in front of the doors?
there was, my recollection was there was a couple of chuckles to put planters in front of it, and then some thought it was a good idea to put planters in front of it, so that's what it was.
It made it into the motion as being favorable.
Okay.
I have another question, Mr. Chair. If you come off of the freeway onto Carrillo Street eastbound, can you make a left turn into this filling station? No. On Carrillo.
You could, but then...
Can you do that? Does anybody do that?
Sure.
Almost impossible.
Can't do it.
Almost impossible.
No, because there's
Does the median start?
There may even be a median. We don't have.
There is a median, but I'm not sure.
There is a median
in front of that driveway.
Yeah, I don't think you can do it.
You
Not
have
allowed.
to come and make a
Left
U-turn.
turn not allowed.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah, I can't recall.
Unless you're looking at,
You have to go up to Bath Street.
This
get
filling
the-
station, the question is, this filling station is accessed from westbound traffic on Carrillo coming in
Yes.
there,
And
Castillo
Castillo.
Street coming in this
Yes.
way.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I don't have any more questions, so let's go for comments. Start with you, Commissioner Drury. You can take a pass if you'd like.
No. I think that I like the ideas of the black glass transitioning. The only objection I would have is the planters in front of the doors. I think that they should be. I think it's an architectural. If they were made windows up above the proposed planters, I think that would be fine. In other words, a piece of wall and below that. But I think as doors, they should hit the ground and be left alone. That's my comment.
Okay. Do you have any comments regarding the accommodations that are being made for the landscaping and the parking?
Yeah, I would support that. In terms of waivers yeah, I would support that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mayhem.
I can't agree with my colleague today.
Not again.
Two for two.
I can't support more black glass. If existing black glass is there, I guess we're stuck with that, but I can't support more. I just don't feel that we need that kind of purity. I'd rather see the white glass go around that way. I would prefer to see more planting. I don't think we're, the idea that these are still garage doors and they're sacred in some way, as far as I'm concerned, that's not necessary. More planting is better than less planting. I support the if we have to have some modifications for some of the planting, I would support that generally speaking, because I think there's quite a bit of planting here. On the other hand, I don't see, especially this tree here, being anything that would block visibility. I mean, the only people that come down Castillo Street are people that live in Santa Barbara, and they know that this filling station has been there forever. Maybe this one blocks some visibility, but I don't think this one does. So I would. Those are my comments.
Okay, great. Commissioner Murray.
I'm generally for more landscape, more trees. I agree with those comments. I think this one certainly probably would, because when you're going eastbound, and you want to be able to, see the gas station. The only problem is you cannot enter it. So it's almost like maybe the tree will be a nice addition. When that whole area is really pretty when you look at the parking lot to the left as you drive east. Beautiful trees. It beckons you to stop, to come in. And then across the way is that beautiful, building there with nice jacarandas.
Las Fuentes.
And right. So I think a tree there, actually, because especially if you put one that the canopy is such that it's not blocking the gas station, but a nice. I think it could work. I don't think it would. I mean, for this, I wouldn't put a shrubby thing where it would block the monument, the sign here, but I think it will bring a attraction to the site.
Mr. Chair, I have one more comment before you move on down that way. I think that in lieu of a curb here, if that's a stumbling issue, maybe a couple of bollards there would protect the sidewalk and could be attractive.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Okay.
Moving on to Commissioner Lavoie.
9 opinions today. I agree that the spandrel glass is inappropriate in black. I'd suggest painting it out white, actually. In that we're asking for a variance for the landscaping, that it should all be put in on both of the cassia trees, on Castillo. And perhaps even suggest adding something into this little planter here that's perhaps more vertical. I'd suggest a wall along Carrillo Street, a short wall, as is typically required to screen parking. White plaster. And with all of that landscaping would support the modification requested.
That's true. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Rios.
I would support the modifications requested. I would also like to maximize the amount of planting, and I also disagree with Commissioner Drury about the planting in front of the doors. I think Commissioner Mahan's comments were appropriate, and I think that it's a very old established site, and I think you've done a very good job to improve it as an entrance to Santa Barbara. And I would like to see the trees retained if possible, but the one that might block, I don't know, but the other one I don't think would. Those are my comments.
Thank you. I'm going to weigh in a bit. I think this is a case of Phil Suding sitting here. This will help bail you out, Mr. Cunningham. He would definitely request all the trees. Phil, I've never sat in a meeting where Phil didn't look at the planter and find where another tree could be added. So I think it's a foregone conclusion that we would expect that these locations be trees. And I think given that this is an entrance to Santa Barbara, and that's one of the conversations we had before about how to deal with this building as part of the gateway, certainly to have a tree on the corner is appropriate as a gateway element. So I think whether those were on this drawing or not today, we would have been requesting it. And the rest of the comments, I would very much like to support the comments that really initiated by Commissioner Mahan and completed by Commissioner Lavoie. I think the plaster wall on the edge there would be better than a curb. I think it's actually going to cause less trouble, and it will be a better looking result. So anyway, you want to make one last comment? Go ahead, but keep it brief.
Me too.
Okay, very brief. And I'll go back to Commissioner Drury afterwards.
Well, I understand, and I actually like the idea of a wall along here. This monument sign is intended to be kept, and it's not the full height that a monument sign could be. I think it's only about 4 feet tall. A wall along here, I think, would block visibility of that sign if we went to the 3.5 foot high wall. So that would be, to me, an argument for bollards against a wall, just because, westbound traffic is going to have difficulty seeing that sign.
Okay. I hear your point, Mr. Gorell, and then I'll come back to Commissioner Drury.
I was going to suggest the bollards is a better idea. And there's no reason why that has to remain black, spandrelite above. We can change that out. So we'd be doing like a white laminate throughout. And then I would, regarding the garage doors, if you've got a planter in top of it, you're going to have a curb. So you're going to, your garage doors are going to be shorter. Do we want them to look like a garage door where that bottom panel is aluminum, or shall we make them all glass panes? They're still reading in the garage door openings, but you're not making it look so much like the old garage doors with the aluminum panel bottom.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, so you were next, so yes, Mr. Drury.
That's kind of my point. If they weren't garage doors, I would support the planting in front. But I find it just appalling to see garage doors with planters in front. Because it looks temporary. It looks like no architect would draw it up that way. And if they weren't doors, more planting the better.
Okay, great. And Commissioner Lavoie, you were going
to... somewhere there was a picture of what this place looks like now before the white went on.
Before the white?
Before the white went on, and what you're going to be looking at are the backs of bins, the backs of shelves.
No, I think everybody's agreeing with the laminate.
No, I think it needs planting. For that reason, that I'd suggest planting ivy.
Sure.
Lots of it.
Okay. Plant anything you want as long as it look like doors.
I hear one person's asking for them not to look like doors, but I think the real point is whether or not there's a curb at the top of the planter, right? If there's a curb at the top of the planter, it no longer looks like a door. I believe that's the question that you posed to us, Mr. Gorell. I think you were also hoping to get action on this item, right, before we finish.
No, it's got to go to Planning Commission.
It does, but
Mr. Chair.
we want to recommend it. Yes, Mr. Lavoie.
Traditional windows often have solid panels at the bottom.
Yes. And should have.
As you had asked for at the Art Museum?
Just like the Art Museum.
Should we have
somebody make a motion?
I think that's an inside joke.
I'm done.
It is. Is that a
plants and the limestone surround?
What about the white laminate panels up to a height? You bring up a good point, Bill. Where are they going to be putting Fritos displays inside the door, so we come up 42 inches or whatever.
Should those come panes, up probably full height.
Because the police are going to want to look into this store. So we come up to a height and then you keep it clear.
No, I think just the bottom panel, as you've shown, is fine.
Just the bottom panel.
Okay. Just the bottom panel.
It could be higher than that if they're going to put cabinets against it.
Okay, great.
It gives them more flexibility in terms of...
Frito displays are taller than that.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, would somebody want to take this on and make a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to offer a suggestion.
Sure, yes, Mr. Bonham.
If you all are generally okay with the landscaping proposed and the architecture, it would be a motion to continue the project indefinitely to the Planning Commission. And back to the HLC, full board or consent, whatever you decide. You don't have to get into the specifics of the landscaping waivers right now, the planter waiving or reducing those requirements. That's an action you can take when the project comes back for your approval.
Okay. Although I do think we probably want to weigh in on what plantings we think are a minimum.
Right.
I'd make a motion to continue this to the indefinitely to the Planning Commission with the comments that the Commission generally finds the landscaping as presented acceptable, and including the trees, the two trees on Korea Street.
They're cassis, I can't say it.
Cassia?
Cassia, thank you. I
Two
can't read
cassia
it.
trees.
Two cassia trees.
With protection of the sidewalk with bollards and planting in front of the garage doors, and that the architect will study detailing the doors so that they feel more like windows and not doors, and eliminating the black spandrel glass. I mean, not eliminating it, but changing it.
Great.
As required.
Fantastic. Good. Second by, motion by Mayhem, second by Arias. Any further comment? Good. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstain? Motion passes. Have fun at Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thanks.
So we keep that one, actually. You get the smaller ones.
I have to leave. I'm sorry.
I thought you said 6.
Well, that's when the meeting is, but I got to get there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We still have a quorum.
Okay, thank you.
And I didn't have I didn't attend the last hearing on this next one.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you, Commissioner Arias.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
There you go.
Oh, you send that with it just because it's useful. Thank you. Next item.
I know we're going to.
This is our last item.
We are.
Item number
We are.
8, 215 East Figueroa Street.
1 out of 3 is not too bad.
Unless what? Unless,
and this has not been in front of us before, has it?
Yes, it's been before us,
I'm
of course.
sorry.
Yeah.
I wasn't here.
It's a sculpture.
We liked it.
We liked it.
Well, good.
Well, you'll have to abstain, but you don't have to.
Well, I don't have to if I can be favorable, right? If I'm against it, I have to abstain.
Actually, the chair doesn't.
I don't have to either way, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Thanks for the this thing. Good seeing you, Tony. All right, well, welcome. Are we going to have any staff comments?
I think this goes back to staff.
Straight. Welcome. Oh, we do like it. Yeah, that's nice. And trust me, if I wasn't going to say something favorable, I wouldn't have said it. Okay, welcome. Please introduce yourselves.
Thank you. I'm Officer Michael Clater.
Sergeant Riley Harwood.
And I'm Mike Wiltshire, an engineer with Public Works.
Great. Okay, well, welcome. Please make your presentation.
So, yes, I recognize that you weren't here last time, and I wasn't prepared to go through the whole thing, so I hope
you don't have to.
No, just the changes.
Okay.
Yeah, just the changes.
So, first of all, I wanted to say we went directly back to the chief, met with him, and he received all your recommendations very well. Actually, we were very impressed with some of the ideas that you gave us. The first one that we had was not to use the black granite base, and we agree. We're not going to use that. However, there is going to be a change, which I'll touch in a little bit later. I'm not going to address that right now. Another recommendation that you had given us was to give each fallen officer their own individual plaque. Love the idea. It's going to happen. I think these are each individuals and their families, and they're deserving as such. So we appreciate that very much that you guys noticed that.
Yeah, that's great.
The removal and relocation of the the sign. Something we very much want to do, but it's not within our ability to make that final conclusion, and it's not within our budget of donated money towards the sculpture. But the chief can guarantee you it is a priority that he wanted it to be placed somewhere else too. So it's going to happen. It's just we're going to have to go through another process.
Okay. Thanks for asking.
Yeah. Another one that was very well received is the request that we consider enlarging the statue to larger than life, the heroic size, which I believe is 1 1/3. We very much appreciate that. There is something that we're going to ask you to reconsider, though, because we had a plan to make this statue even more, if possible, sentimental to us by incorporating items from the police belts of our fallen to cast molds over in the actual use of the bronze statue, which would then require that we keep it life-size. We've already located 4 of our fallen officers' lineage, their family members across the country. All 4 of them have committed to come to our unveiling, which we're still shooting for in May. And several of them do still have articles that they're willing to loan to us that we'll be able to cast molds over. So that became very important. But we think we might have resolved that at our last VAP meeting, which we had 2 weeks ago. They addressed the same issue. They also felt this was an extremely important piece of art that they wanted to see that we got it right. And they also felt that it should take on a bigger-than-life size. The suggestions that we worked through, literally through the hearing, is we ultimately came to the conclusion that we think what would be best would be to keep it life-size, but to bring it up on a concrete base, and so raise it up a little bit more. That was ultimately what was approved by BAP. That would resolve the issue of not using the black granite. That would also resolve the issue of, in our mind, of making it larger than life so that it stands higher than the officers that would be standing vigil for it when we do our ceremonies. The other VAP recommendations were to beef up the officer. The officer wasn't muscular enough.
More like you and less like him.
Well, I rubbed my belly a little bit, and I said I appreciate it. The other thing, they wanted to shorten the dress again. We shortened the dress. They wanted it shorter again because I guess we're not getting the modern aspect of where that dress needs to look. And so those are two little tweaks which are no-brainers and very easy to do.
That's hilarious.
And the final thing is, which we intended to do, but somehow I didn't see to put in our plan, is obviously they want us to add a plaque that will have a name for the art piece, the artist's name, and the date, and that's going to be done. It just I failed to include that in our plans. So that's where we're at today, and unless you have any other questions, we think we're pretty good and ready to go.
Well, that's great. I'll open public. So we're done with presentation. Okay, great. Opening public comment. Seeing no public speaker slips, we'll return back to the board, starting with Commissioner Drury.
I have no questions. I'd just like to go to comments. I didn't say this it wasn't my place to say it at the meeting with Visual Arts and Public Places, but I think that the plaque detailing the name of the artist and so on, I think should be off to the side, because that's not the important thing.
Okay.
And I don't know if that was I just didn't get to address it when I spoke at that meeting, but I think that would be something that would be either in the pedestal itself, in a corner, so the art, anybody interested could say, well, who's the sculptor, and it would be there, and the date it was. Something like that. That's not important.
Plaques, not confusing.
Yeah, not on the wall. I think that was. We don't want the wall is reserved for the fallen officers, and then the idea of a pedestal that raises it above was I think that'll. More like you and less like him, which will solve it. And I did not weigh in about the dress. I think that there was a comment made by your wife saying that that girls wear dresses of that certain length, and they have shortened. And I think I thought it was the ratio of leg to dress was just right.
Yeah.
And I don't think but that's a taste.
It's going to change in it's fashion.
Well,
it's going to keep changing
wear
up and down.
Miniskirts, to a funeral, right? And anyway, so those comments have all been well taken.
Thank you.
Appreciate it,
Commissioner.
Yeah. Do we have a bigger picture of this one here, or do we have to use this?
We can use that, right?
Well, it's not very big.
We can enlarge it on the camera.
So I guess starting off with a question is this is the raised pedestal now we're looking at here.
Well, not yet.
No, that basically she had to have that to be able to support the clay maquette.
That's only this tall, right?
What will the pedestal be? Is it going to be concrete?
Yes, treated concrete was the plan, at least this point.
How high will it be?
What they wanted to see was anywhere from an elevation of 2 to 3 feet is what was discussed.
2 to 3 feet.
So it would be up high.
Above the ground.
Yes. So you would have, if I could explain to you here, this platform runs off the second landing of the staircase. So this would be raised up. So the fact that his head is above the wall, which is behind it, which would be the memorial wall itself. So that would be approximately 2 to 3
I'm not opposed to the pedestal, but I think it's a very, very important part of the sculpture. And I would like to see a drawing of it. I'd like to see what the proportions are and how that sculpture relates to this height of that pedestal, and is it square, or is it, is it rounded, or is it OG'd, molded, or what? So that's going to be an important detail, and we need to see that in relationship to the size of the sculpture. In the great sculpture in front of the courthouse, the Spirit of the Ocean that was just replaced, the sculptor, who, by the way, a very, very famous sculptor who had done work internationally, and he put his name is carved into the base. And it's very nice. You see it there. It's not a plaque. It's not part of the plaques. It's part of the sculpture. And the base should also be a part of the sculpture. And personally, I think his name should be impressed into that concrete or stone or whatever you end up with. I think that would be a better way to handle it. As far as the dress goes, I think you have to be very, very careful. The officer is in uniform, and so that's forever. And usually sculptures are, they're in some kind of uniform or something. But if they're women's dresses go up and down, and little children's dresses go up and down, and I think that you need to give that a lot of thought. I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think it should be too long, and I don't think it should be too short. It needs to be universal and timeless. So whatever that means, I don't know, but that's a real problem. The officer is going to be really good because he's going to be in uniform, and that's great. I mean, we're all very supportive of this. But I think this base is really important to me, and how that relates. When you say 3 feet.
He said 2.
That makes me worry about that. The base is going to overpower the sculptor. These people here are only going to be like 4 feet or something like that, and we want to be careful that we look at this thing as a whole composition.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you want to weigh back in?
I was just going to say that it's a question of the elevation when you're standing at street level in front of the wall, that you see enough of the pedestal so that it elevates the officer's head above that wall behind, and so that's kind of a ratio you'll have to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Figure that out.
Commissioner Murray.
Yeah, I echo those comments, but I also the girl's dress. I think you have to establish. No, I guess you had said that the child is about the age of the child.
It was 6 to 8 years old.
6 to 8 years old. So then. And then, of course, it's a dress a child would wear to a funeral ceremony.
Correct.
So it has to be, just keeping those things in mind. Then,
what we actually did, if you don't mind, what we actually did is I contacted a friend of mine who had a daughter that was 7 years old, and said, dress her in a dress that you would take her to a formal setting in, and this is the dress that she wore, and we took a picture, and then the artist rendered her sculpture off of that.
Yeah.
So we're kind of surprised. I mean, the mom was a little offended that the dress was seen as dated, but I mean, I don't know how we can best do that. What we're trying to achieve is just like you had said, sir, is find the happy medium, not too high, not too low, and go.
Timeless one that one can look at it as, it's just going to be universal like the officer. So.
Or okay, it's not my turn. Commissioner Lavoie.
Does it really matter?
The dress?
Yeah.
It does.
No, it doesn't. This is perfect.
Yeah, I thought so too.
This is perfect. I mean, little girls have worn dresses like this forever, and they will for probably ever. Yep. And it's usually below the knee if you're doing someplace nice.
And if you're at that
this
age.
Is perfect.
Yeah, I thought the ratio was perfect.
And the part I really like is the casting of the memorabilia from the officers.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, keep the statue more like you, less like him. You're perfect.
He's not going to help me anymore.
Just wait to see it in the minutes.
It's our opinion of the dress length is going to change every year, and this is a dress length that.
I disagree. I really think the dress looks like a doll dress.
Mm-mm.
And, you know, it's just so, I don't know. I mean, it was thinking of Caroline Kennedy when Kennedy died. She had just the loveliest dress. It was classic, stately, and a little girl, you know. Anyway, these are just ideas. I'm just throwing them.
Okay, so wait, no, come on, order here. I want to have Mr. Lavoie finish, and then we'll go on to the next person. Are you done?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any here? Commissioner Mayhem?
Well,
I really don't think the girls' dress is in our purview. Really? You know, not really. Okay. As a concept that it's a little girl of a certain period, and who's to say it's last week or when the first officer died, you know.
I agree with that. I think our direction should be to the sculptor that the dress is timeless, and whatever that means.
Let
the sculptor decide that.
Piece of art.
But if this goes and gets a final approval, I still want to see a drawing with the sculpture and scale
of the
with the base. Yeah. Okay. That's important.
And I think we also have to address the material of the base, whether it's stone, whether it's granite that's rough, smooth, square at the edges, or concrete that's treated. We need to make a.
Yeah. Right, well, the applicant has proposed concrete. Okay. Are you proposing that you'd like to see something else?
No, I think we can leave that to the
colored concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Colored concrete. Okay. I'm just going to weigh in for 1 second. The one thing I just want to say is, and I agree with the idea that sculpture is timeless and stuff, and I also feel that the artist should have a prerogative because they've been commissioned. One thing to note is even no matter how much sculptures one tries to make a public monument timeless, it always speaks of the time that it was created and presented. So that's part of the reality. So I think let's just remember that too. It is going to speak that it's been installed in 2015 or 16 or whenever it happens. We'll always be able to look back and know when it came. And that's fine.
Fine.
So anyway, do we have a motion? Oh, we have Mr. Lamone, do you have to add something?
I was just going to advise you, if I think the officers are interested in final approval, that if we have some details that we condition it, that it return back, and that way they can move forward, unless they can return fairly quickly on the details.
Thank you, sir.
Up to you.
Or bring it to back.
Well, I think whoever you feel is necessary has to review that, the base detail.
Yeah, it's ready
Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for final approval of the design as submitted, with the design of the plinth only to come back to the consent calendar.
Okay. And
and the recommendation that the artist's name be inscribed modestly in the plinth.
Second.
Great. Do we want 2-week continuance or indefinite?
2 weeks.
2 weeks? Okay, so add 2 weeks continuance?
Yes.
Okay.
So is this for final approval?
This is final approval with the plinth coming back on
approval.
consent.
Yeah.
Okay, so motion by Lavoie, second by Drury. I almost forgot. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain? Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, you guys.
This is appealable.
Oh, I'm sorry. This motion is appealable. The Commissioner has left. This motion is appealable within 10 days to the City Council, and you guys understand the motion.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
While the plinth is the only thing we're going to be looking at on consent, but we need to have the sculpture to scale on top of it so we can see the proportions.
Okay.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
All right. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Plans.
Yeah, well done.
All right.
Okay. And this is the last item, we are adjourned.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
We're
you.
adjourned.
Looking through the window, you can see a distant steeple. Not a sign of people who once people. When the steeple bell said.
separate large and small dogs, and we'll talk about that more as we go on. And then there's a shared use facility, and those are unfenced. And oftentimes there's a separation of use by days or by times of day. So you may have people who are working and want to use that area, and the jurisdiction has early morning and late evening hours, and then other people can use the park in the middle of the day. Or it could be Monday through Friday for dogs off leash, and then the weekend for the general public. And then one other configuration that probably doesn't apply as much to the city is an off-leash trail. We also observed several of those in areas that have a lot of trail facilities. And then one of the other trends for management is free use of an off-leash area, or a fee for use for an off-leash area where possibly there's a registration fee or a pay-to-play, as they call it. And then there are also community sponsors, and that was a reoccurring theme where a group adopts a park, or they come on site to provide education for people in the park, or held events to bring in finances for an off-leash area. They may also help as volunteers to help with maintenance. And then in all of this research, we found that there were some key locations that really had some great information that we garnered a lot of this from. And the state of Washington is probably one of the most advanced as far as off-leash dog areas. And Seattle has quite a few locations. I can't even remember the number, but it's quite a lot. And Olympia has actually performed a feasibility study themselves. So we looked at what they learned in their feasibility study. Encinitas is in California, and it's an area that's very much like Santa Barbara. It has similar habitats and beaches. And they had a few areas with scheduled off-leash use. And so we looked at their successes and their challenges and how they changed where they started out and where they actually ended up. And then Burnsville, Minnesota was very forward with their fee for use and people sponsoring their parks and how they helped supplement the cost of off-leash dog areas. So after looking around the nation and the state, we started to concentrate on who do we have locally that has off-leash areas. And the city of Carpinteria currently has no off-leash public locations. Dogs are allowed on leash in quite a bit of the city. There are a few places that are excluded, such as down on the beach where there's pupping for seals and a few other, and I believe near the marsh. And there's city staff performed a survey of residents, and the majority of people were interested in an off-leash area, but nothing has come of that at this point, although they are looking in their next fiscal year at possibly doing that. The city of Goleta has no off-leash areas for dogs in the city, although they're working on a recreation needs assessment, and that was brought up in discussions with the public, but they have no concrete plans about creating an off-leash area. Also within the city of Goleta, but a private location, is the Gersh Park, and there is a pilot program there, but it's very limited for dogs off leash. It's limited to 30 people, and only 20 dogs are allowed at a time within a fenced area that's also used multiply. It's a shared use. This is another situation of a shared use where soccer, AYSO soccer uses it, and also dog agility trainers use this area also. It's a very simple chain link fence, and that's the only thing there other than very good parking. And then the county of Santa Barbara, you can see 5 5 parks in South County, and then Orchid has 2 parks with off-leash locations. Tucker's Grove, Tabano Hollow, and Toro Canyon are all fenced, and Tucker's Grove has no limitation in hours. It's a fenced area within the park that people are allowed to have their dogs off leash. Tabano Hollow and Toro Canyon are fenced but have limitations on hours, where it's usually morning hours, then open to the public in the afternoon, and then evening hours for off leash. And then Patterson and Sea Lookout are unfenced off-leash areas that once again have a separation by time, where morning and evening people are allowed off-leash with their dogs. And then Orchid in North County has 2 very large parks that the Orchid Community Park and Waller Park, with off-leash locations inside. And those parks are 26 and 150 acres. So they have fenced off-leash areas inside of there. And with our research, staff saw that there were these reoccurring considerations that just about every jurisdiction took into consideration. And we'll talk a little more about these, especially size, how that is affected in Santa Barbara with our limited park areas and working within those areas. And access is mainly dealing with parking and where the location is in the city. Is it an underserved area, or is it someplace that there already is a park? Site design, that is what we covered before regarding, are you going to limit the hours, or is this open all the time for off-leash use? And then improvements would include things like regulation signs and mutt mitt dispensers. Would there be water there, shade, benches? And then compatibility is a reoccurring and covers quite a few of these parameters. Is there compatibility within the park with off-leash use? Is there compatibility with the neighborhood with off-leash use? And then is there compatibility, or would there be impacts to environmental resources that are currently existing within those parks? And then spillover, I just want to tell you about that conflict. That's when you have one recreational use extending over and maybe conflicting with another recreational use. So, for example, if you had dogs off leash in a park and they were to run into an organized sports area or run into a playground where children were playing and not be on leash, that would be a spillover conflict. And then noise fits in with compatibility, but one thing I wanted to mention is that if a person has a dog off leash and they don't have voice control over their dog, a dog that's been trained to understand voice commands, people have a tendency to yell at their dog, thinking the dog will respond to a louder or more commanding voice, and that often causes a conflict. And then another consideration that is also potentially helpful is dog classes and trials. Do you want to allow those? It can help defray the cost of your location, and it can also train a dog, and a trained dog, an obedient dog, is more desirable within a park and is a happier dog. And then volunteers and advocacy groups, are they going to be involved, and do people step up to do that? And then also with our research, and also in the off-leash parks that we currently have, there are certain challenges that we read about, talked to other jurisdictions about, or observed ourselves within our parks. A reoccurring theme with unfenced area was conflicts with other park uses, and then also the loss of wildlife and wildlife habitat or plant habitat in areas if dogs have an impact running through those areas. Animal control, it now has enforcement possibly of new rules that they have to deal with, And park staff has additional maintenance and site cleanup, especially if dog owners aren't compliant. There's the issue of dog aggression and public safety, and dog aggression could be dog to dog or dog to human. And public safety could also be dogs running out into the street if an area were unfenced. And then neighborhood opposition. It could be because of noise or because of spillover or parking in the surrounding area. City Parks Parks Division currently manages 1,600 acres of parks and recreation facilities. And dogs are allowed on leash in these facilities with only two exceptions, and that's Plaza de la Guerra and the beach between the Shoreline Park steps and the western city limits. Oh, I'm sorry, the eastern city limits of the bird refuge. And that's because other recreational uses are occurring at the beach, and because western snowy plover critical habitat, which was designated by U.S. Fish and Wildlife, occurs in that area. We have currently 305 acres of existing off-leash areas within the city, including 50 of the 70 acres at the Douglas Family Preserve, 14 acres at Hale Park, approximately 11 acres of the opposite end of our beach area, which is from the Shoreline Steps to the western limit at the Arroyo Burro Estuary, in Ealings Park, 11 acres at Ealings Park. And Ealings is a private foundation, managed by a private foundation within the city, and they have a dog owners group that for $125 a year, you're allowed to take your dog to the park in just about any area as long as there's not an event happening, and have off-leash use of the park. Now, all of these parks mentioned here are relatively large locations for dogs off leash. They're all unfenced, and they all have become destination locations because they are off leash areas within the park. And these are the locations. They're highlighted with an orange area. There's Ealings, and then the Douglas Family Preserve south of that, and the beach area along to the Shoreline Steps. And then in the eastern corner is Hale Park. So then, taking what we learned from our research and from what we know from our city parks and applying that, there are some main considerations for our city parks and parameters to look at. As for location, is it accessible, and is it in an area of the city that already isn't served by an off-leash area? Because of the size of our parks, to have an off-leash location inside of a park, we really only have about 1/3 to 1 acre of an area where it could be dedicated to off-leash use. We had to consider park compatibility. We looked at what the existing uses are and what environmental resources are located there. And then, as far as design and style, is it feasible to fence the area, and what site improvements would be required there? And then neighborhood compatibility. We had to consider noise and safety in parking, and how close is the nearest residence, school, or sensitive resource to the location described. And then for management and enforcement, animal control will be enforcing the rules. And management considerations include, are we going to have volunteers who are going to help us with this? Are there going to be people who step forward individually, or would a third-party group come forward to help us with either fundraising or education or any other help that could help us defray the costs of the location or help with maintenance? So as we went through the list of parameters, staff looked at the parks and what factors would cause elimination of parks within the acreage within the city. And we found that some of the parks just inherently were too small, that we couldn't fit a fenced location within a park. And then other locations had an existing historical, cultural, horticultural resource within the park that dogs off leash would not be compatible. That also has to do with environmental impacts. Could there be an environmental impact to an existing sensitive resource, such as wildlife or plant life? And then were there conflicts with existing uses? Is there enough space in the property, if it was unfenced, to have a playground in the area? Or even if it was fenced, is that compatible with the area that's there? Or are there so many community events at this park location that a dog off-leash location would create other conflicts? Or is it someplace that people have a drop-in use in family gatherings? And then lastly, we do have protected species on our beach, as I mentioned, western snowy plover, and that just took off that location of the beach. It would be incompatible with it. We went further into our matrix. In our first pass, we eliminated parks, and these 10 rose to the possible that could be better opportunities within our park locations, that there is no one park that has all the perfect parameters and meets all of them. But these 10 were probably better suited. And then looking in them further, the first 6 parks, we realized there were some issues that were similar to what was stated, and we also eliminated those. And then the last 4, we determined still there are issues, but there are things that we think we could work with, and that there's further review for consideration here on these parks, the last 4. So we'll spend a little time today and look at those. Including Dwight Murphy, we identified a 3/4 to 1 acre area, depending on what park improvements would occur there. Mackenzie Park, there's an area of 1/2 to 3/4 of an acre that's outside of the active recreation area. And then in Ortega Park, there's about 1/4 to 1/3 of an acre within the group picnic area that could potentially be fenced and used. And then in the Sheffield open space, there's a 1 acre area on the east end that may be feasible. So Dwight Murphy Field is a 10.5 acre sports facility that's near the zoo and East Beach. And some of the positive features about this location, there is existing parking on the west end. There are restroom facilities at the north and water available. Also, the existing uses at the south are over 100 feet away. So residents or hotels are about 100 feet at least away from the area that's identified in the southeast corner there. Some of the challenges that would be encountered with this area is that there's an existing fitness equipment area in that location, and it'd have to be determined whether that could be relocated in the park. Also, we looked at the existing fenced area of the sports facilities there, but there's a possibility that the turf could change in that area, and it wouldn't be compatible with dogs off leash. And the Recreation Division staff was not in favor of having off-leash use within that fenced area. So the next location that we looked at was Mackenzie Park. and that's a 9.5-acre sports facility. The sports facilities are to the west. The area that we identified is to the east here in the corner, the very eastern corner. The park is located at State and Las Positas. So one of the positive attributes of this area is that it's fairly centrally located and not close to existing off-leash areas. Once again, this facility has parking and restrooms and water available. And not only has a parking lot, but there's also street parking very close to the area where off-leash use is feasible. There's existing dog training classes just adjacent in the lawn area over here. There are currently classes for dogs in that area. And the area that we identified has no sports use within it. One of the negative things about this site is you can see there's a very close motel to the area identified, so we'd have to consider what noises would occur and what impacts would occur because of that. The next site is Ortega Park. This is a 9.5-acre community park between Ortega and Coda. This park is downtown, and that was a very positive feature. And also, this park is a distance from existing off-leash locations. This area could be easily fenced, and it would not eliminate a sports use, but it would eliminate the group picnic use in this area. Although there are other picnic tables and other facilities within the park. This area is about 1/4 to 1/3 acre, depending on what would be fenced. Another issue with this, or consideration, is that there's very limited parking. There's no parking lot, it's all street parking. We did consider one of the grassy open fields, but there were considerations from Recreation about that, and also from park staff because of the adjacent junior high. The Santa Barbara Junior High is to the east or north of this location. And Recreation was concerned about keeping open grassy areas for drop-in recreation use or planned recreation use. And so if we wanted to fence an area, it would fence off or divide that open grassy area. And then our last area that we are bringing forward for further consideration is the Sheffield Reservoir open space. And this is a 20-acre public works facility, and the Parks is contracted to maintain the open space. Parks originally looked at an area in the very central location of the park that you can see, or of the open space that looks rather open. But in discussions with Public Works, we determined that's where the potable water tanks are, and it may not be compatible. Dogs off leash may not be compatible there. And there was a desire to have the area fenced within this park, and it's not possible to do that due to the depth of the soil right there. But another area was identified, and you can see that. It's further to the southeast, and that's the 1-acre area there that's outlined and shaded. It's outside of the area of the decomposed granite paths. And it should be, or we really like the idea of it being fenced because of the growth of the native vegetation, which was restoration performed in the area there. And it's grown, so there are times walking down that path, if a dog were to be running in the area, you may not be able to see them. The dog may not be able to see you, or you may not be able to see the dog coming around the corner. So a fenced facility here is a good idea. And for all of the locations brought forward, fencing is a great consideration and is, and animal control is very in favor of that for the perimeter and also for the separation of large and small dogs. And one of the reasons for that is that small dogs can set up a predator-prey response to a large dog. If they are to yell and cry out or act as if they want to be chased, a larger dog could view that as a prey. So in all the facilities mentioned, they would be fenced and possibly have large and small dog separation within there, if feasible. One of the negative or challenges with this location is that there is very limited parking. I believe there are only 6 or 7 parking spots on the western side, and that parking area is maybe about 1/4 of an acre from the off-leash location. So someone would have to walk their dog from the parking lot down the path to the off-leash location. So that concludes the presentation for my part, and I'll now turn it over to Jill Zachary.
Just a few more comments for the Commission. I'm sure you have lots of questions and things you'd like to share with us. I'd like to go back very quickly, and I think you have some public comment, to the locations. And briefly, Dwight Murphy Field, just to reiterate some of the things that Kathy Fry said and that we've talked to the Commission about before, we are seriously looking at the feasibility of artificial sports turf in our city parks. We've proposed to look more at Dwight Murphy Field as part of the next 6-year capital program. So if that gets funded and moves forward, that would be a priority from our standpoint. It does give us the opportunity to look at reconfiguring sports activities in the parks. We're not really ready to talk about it in any detail tonight, which would allow us to both accommodate recreation uses that are popular there and important there now and we want to maintain, while also expanding to consider opportunities for off-leash dogs. And we have also, we have heard from users of this equipment that they would not be happy to see it go. The Commission knows we're looking at the feasibility of different but similar concept equipment in other parks. So all of those things are all part of the discussion. It's not that we've forgotten them, but we would look at how do we maintain existing uses here. And then for Mackenzie Park, we do have a old youth activities building in this location you may be familiar with. It's currently vacant. It's in a state that it does not make it useful. So part of looking at this site would be removing that building to allow for more space for off-leash dogs. Also, the Public Works Department is going to be doing some crosswalk improvements here to improve access across the street. Many of you know that this is not such a pedestrian-friendly environment. However, that is a project that is likely to move forward in the next year, and we're already working with them to say, well, if we're looking at making improvements here, let's line up your improvements with our improvements so that we anticipate, for example, in this location, a lot of people that might use this off-leash facility live in this neighborhood and would walk there in the morning or walk there after work. So as we talk about the locations that we're proposing you consider further, we're trying to achieve that as well, is try to determine how do we provide opportunity for a range of Santa Barbara residents. And then although we do have a hotel here, we would be looking at ways to mitigate any potential noise. And I would point out that actually their rooms are at least on this side of their property rather than adjacent to the park. This is an area of the park that's currently used for purposes that we would like to discourage. So also introducing an off-leash facility here could have a net benefit for the park. Other people already use it, so we think there's some opportunity there. Ortega Park, we did seriously look at, can we do a shared off-leash use? There is a lot of concern about the use of the field, the impacts to the field, the safety of the people in the field. And when we met with animal control staff, they also mentioned there are a lot of stray dogs in this neighborhood. So it would be better if you were to have an off-leash facility that it's fenced. It is quite small. So one of the things we also discussed is the feasibility of, we talked about shared use where there might be, little dog days and big dog days. Again, there's an enforcement and a rules aspect of it that would take some serious consideration. This area is very underutilized as a rental facility. We counted up, we reviewed the records, and we had 10 rentals in the last 5 years. And the fees essentially cover the cost of the monitor and the electrical fee. So it's I think I may have double checked my numbers. I wrote them down. $172 in 5 years. So in terms of displacing a current use, there are individuals that use it on a drop-in basis. But if that's something we wanted to continue in this location, we would look for other places in the park for that to happen. And then the Sheffield Reservoir open space, and Ms. Fry went over that, and in case it didn't seem, it was hard to understand, the underground facilities are only 2 feet below the soil. So, and it's really not feasible to put anything there, which we found out. And then also, this is an area that's reserved for fire training. So fencing this area would not sit well necessarily with the fire department. And you might be looking at what's this nice green space down here. That is the police department K-9 training facility. So another consideration, and certainly discussing this with animal control officers, is having an unfenced off-leash area in this location could be challenging for a variety of issues. And then also, there is this wonderful perimeter road which is used by both elderly people and families with young children wanting to avoid that type of conflict. So our very last slide is, as I mentioned, we've proposed project funding in the next 6-year capital program. This is something the Commission discussed at its October meeting. We actually revised our program based on Commission comments to propose funding next year rather than pushing it out to fiscal year 17. That funding would allow us to do any number of things. Either we'll move forward with one site and take it to the next steps, or do more conceptual review of all sites. It really depends on where we might end up. Clearly, focused meetings with people that live in these neighborhoods and that would potentially use these sites are critical to moving forward. And then really identifying what do we need to know about these sites before we can design an off-leash facility. Some might be fairly simple, some might be a little bit more complicated, and then of course there's always city design review and various permit approvals that we'd have to receive. So with that, we'll finish our presentation and answer any questions you have.
Thank you both, Ms. Zachary and Ms. Fry, for the nice presentations. They were really informative. We have a slip for public comment. So what I'm going to do is just ask the commissioners if you have any questions. We're not going to take comments at this time, but any questions? And yes, Ms. Clark, you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, if I could just add one more piece of information. With regard to Mackenzie Park and the vacant youth building that's there, I want to just add to that. It's been vacant because, and it was mentioned that it needs extensive remodeling, and it's one of those block wall buildings, and we had to vacate it. It was not functional space. So it is only used for storage, and it is not something that, both from a location perspective and the cost to replace it or enhance it, it is not something that we've discussed or identified in any of our capital documents. So I did want you to know that, and it's because of the extensiveness of the renovation that would be required, we just wouldn't recommend spending that kind of money in that location for that size facility.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Clark, would you? Yes.
And I've sold hot dogs out of that building. I know how bad it is during sports. For the animal control officer present, my question was, do you currently get complaints of spillover conflicts at Tucker's Grove?
Actually, we don't control Tucker's Grove.
Oh.
We control those city parks here in Santa Barbara.
So from any of the existing off-leash areas, are there conflicts that get reported?
Some situations with, I believe it was Douglas Family Preserve, with people actually cutting their dogs loose before they actually go onto the property. That was one of the major concerns there. Ealing's Park, we haven't had a whole lot because they kind of police themselves as far as the whole area is fenced and it's a large area. So they control it themselves. Hale Park is just more of an open space. A lot of people that I've found don't really know about it, and so we try and inform them when we're talking to them in some of the parks that there are a few other off-leash areas. So, but as far as spillover goes, we really haven't experienced that yet. So.
Okay. And then just one more quick question. Do you have any idea of how many dogs there are in the city of Santa Barbara?
We don't have the exact statistic right now, but we can check with the licensing.
It would be interesting information.
The licensed dogs that we know about. I mean, there are students with dogs, there are people that don't license their dogs. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark, Chair Wiscombe, if I could just add, the spillover concept really comes from where you're trying to create shared use. We currently don't have that in our off-leash facilities, with the exception that if there are users in our parks, the Douglas Family Preserve, someone may not have a dog, and we have issues with dog-on-human types of aggression. It's not necessarily spillover, but it is conflict. And similarly on the beaches, we do get complaints and reports of issues that occur by dogs or by park users, and we have that in our other parks too, mind you. We've most of the research when we looked at shared use areas, that's where we learned more about the potential for spillover when you had an off-leash use next to a playground, for example.
Okay.
And I would add to that, over the years, probably one of the areas that has gotten the most complaints, and we've had some pretty serious incidents as well, has been dog owners taking their dogs to the beach down Mesa Lane steps or 1,000 steps, and they are off-leash. And so they are running down the stairs or up the stairs at the same time that you have families with young children, and so that's a good example. They should be having their dogs on leash until they get to the off-leash area. So we have had some pretty serious incidents related to the beach access.
Okay. Mr. Casper, you have a question?
I have a question for the officer. And your name again, please? Officer Deming. Thank you. From talking to several friends who are dog owners, would you agree that some of the major problem in these off-leash areas are dogs on dogs, aggressive dogs going after?
Yeah, that was one of my biggest concerns, and what our stance is kind of on these off-leash park areas is the need for the fencing and the need for the separation of large dog, small dog, because situations, you're going to get a large pit bull, you got a little chihuahua. It's going to end very badly. But if you got a few chihuahuas going at it, that's not as big a deal. So as far as that goes, that's why we really need to separate these animals with the fencing aspect of it. So, but yeah, dogs are animals, and they try and work things out, and sometimes it's just a matter of being loud and boisterous with each other, and sometimes it's pretty severe. So yeah, definitely we feel the need for the separation for the larger, smaller animals. So.
And that would be by time of day?
Well, actually, the best
physically.
Physically. Yeah, the fencing is key. Time of day, I mean, you still have people that are using and abusing the park system for dog off leash, even though it's not an off leash park. So you're going to be getting these folks that are going to be like, well, I want to walk my dog before I go to work, except it's not, big dog time. So they're still going to use it and abuse it, and that's kind of why we're here to try and enforce those laws. So,
thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you.
Mr. Rincon, you had a question.
Yes. In terms of the study, are we going to just focus on
continuing to study for one location, or are we still going to consider multiple locations? I know that the funding is going to be an issue there, but I was wondering if we can have more than just one recommendation.
Chair Wiscombe and Commissioner Rincon, we've identified 4 feasible locations. Some may prove to be easier to evaluate off at the beginning. It really depends on how we'd like to proceed. Like I said at the end of the presentation, we could, like for example with the Cabrillo Ballpark, do some conceptual drawings for all 4 and have meetings with all 4 neighborhoods and try to look at it that way and see maybe we'd only end up with 2 or 1 as a result of that. Or there may be ones that the commission or the general public just flat out don't agree with, and we would set them aside for now and focus on ones that appear to be more feasible in the short term. It's really, that's what we're here today to ask you what your opinion is and what you think we should do next.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Heaton, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you. In your research and discussions with other jurisdictions, were you able to dive a little bit more into what the maintenance costs and would be associated? And I'm particularly envisioning like enclosed area, fenced-in areas, and the daily maintenance costs that may be associated with that, or staffing needs.
I'll have Kathy Fry add anything in case I miss it. That's a hard number to come by. We heard, for example, from county park staff that their costs increased, but they couldn't give us any real data. When we look at it from our perspective as Parks and Recreation staff, we look at sort of the capital infrastructure cost, so that's a one-time, assuming it doesn't need to get replaced in the short term. And then looking at what's the surface and how much it would need to be maintained. We anticipate that an off-leash area could get fairly damaged, so turf would not survive well. We do also think that we have a certain type of turf in Santa Barbara that maybe would survive longer than other species. We have talked about periodically closing an off-leash area that's fenced for turf rehabilitation. We've also talked about while trees are important for shade, there could be an impact to trees that are in and exist in an area. So we're sort of trying to figure that out. I think from our standpoint, it's a matter of looking at the type of activity we do on a daily or weekly basis, whether people are picking up after their dog, that kind of thing, and then the type of enforcement that's required. I mean, we mentioned that the animal control officers are responsible for enforcing these rules, but also in our park, we have our park rangers, and they would also be responsible for enforcing the rules, and that would be a cost that would be staff time and would be directed towards that site instead of perhaps to something else. It's hard to really come up to a number.
Ms. French, yes.
Thank you again for the presentation. It helped clarify all the reading we had today. Thank you. Question, has any group approached the city about wanting to sponsor enclosed dog areas? What has the demand been, and does it represent a particular neighborhood? Is there a group? I mean, let's talk a little bit about where it's coming from. I can appreciate as a dog owner some general, wouldn't it be great? But is anybody willing to step up? Has there been any interest from that perspective?
Chair Wiscombe and Commissioner French, we have had petitions, for example, from neighbors in the Schofield Park neighborhood, sort of the upper area, asking us to look at Schofield Park and the Sheffield open space for scheduled off-leash use. And we had initial conversations amongst ourselves and with animal control and essentially set that aside, in part because we felt like we really needed to look at the issue comprehensively. It also occurred right as the time the sort of drought emergency fell on top of us, and that became our priority. So we set it aside, and then when we came back to it in the fall, we said, okay, really, how should we be looking at this so we can have a good conversation? As for an organization, and maybe Ms. Rapp or others would share something, we had Dogpack claim to want to be very involved in the Douglas Family Preserve with education and outreach, and that's not something that happened. So we haven't had a good experience with any dog advocacy group beyond wanting the space for the dogs. And just like with other public places, people have a desire and expectation that that's a public resource that's provided to them.
Madam Chair and Commissioner French, and I think background for the commissioners, how many of you were living in Santa Barbara when all the discussions of the Douglas Family Preserve and Dogs Off Leash took place? I see head nodding. For those of you that may not have been around or engaged, it was a terribly bitter time. And there was a lot of conflict, strong, passionate positions regarding dogs in parks, dogs on leash, dogs off leash, etc. And so I think that's one of the reasons why for many years we've put the conversation off. And in fact, I often share this story. When I became the director, one of the sitting council members said, "Don't ever bring us any more dogs off leash." But I think that just reflects the difficulty and the passion and how split the community was with that. We have had many requests over the years to look at this and to provide more dog off leash areas in our park and to provide fenced dog park areas, which is really what we're talking about here. So I would say that yes, there is definitely community interest in this, and starting this conversation within the city of Santa Barbara may in fact bring some of those groups or neighborhood groups, and they may come forward and say, yes, we would like to be a part of this to see this happen because this is something we've been wanting for a long time. And as was shared in the report, other communities have been very successful in using community organizations. And the other thing that I would say, and we've talked about what's the ideal. You know, the ideal is that it's, you know, with separated areas is better than times. I think just bearing in mind that we're talking very limited space, that may not be something that we can do, a separated area, and we might have to look at different times, or we may have to try and see how they coexist. As someone who has routinely taken my dog to dog parks in this community and other communities, it can be done. It's all about responsible dog owners, and you have that everywhere. We have it now with people with dogs in our parks. So for us, as we're planning and thinking ahead, we really want to achieve as much of the ideal setting so we have the greatest level of success, but this will be a real compromise no matter how it goes forward. So, and it is time for us to be having this conversation. So.
Okay, thank you. We have one speaker slip from Mr. Bob Cunningham, and so I'm going to open public comment. Welcome, Mr. Cunningham. Your
Thank
mic
you,
is
Chair
on,
Wiscombe.
and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to make it 2 minutes worth.
If you need to take a little longer, you're the only slip, so.
Thank you for being flexible. Just a few points. I'm a dog owner. My dog gets a lot of exercise just because it's fun to spend time with her. First of all, I think noise as a factor in citing an off-leash park for dogs is not that big an issue. When I see dogs barking, they're in a car, in a truck, they want their owners, or they're restrained, they're behind a fence and the owner's on the other side. When I take my dog to the park, there's very little barking, if any. We go to Elings Park probably 3 days a week, spend a couple hours there, wander the whole park, the groomed side of the park at least, and she has a great time because there's a lot of room, a lot of nice grass. So I don't know if I would take advantage of any of the opportunities discussed in the feasibility report, because Elings is just such a great place and a good model. Yes, we pay for it, but everybody else there with a dog pays for it. It's self-policing. And again, it's a great model. It's too bad that we haven't got more big open spaces like that. Second thing is the play surface. Grass is ideal. Thankfully, I think Elings is big enough so that the concentration of dogs and people isn't so great that the grass gets worn out. It does get worn out on the soccer fields, but that's not because of the dogs. Other surfaces that you'll find at the Douglas Preserve or Sheffield, it's natural, it's dirt. There's also foxtails and burr clover and poison oak. And if you've got a family member who's susceptible to poison oak, you bring the dog home after wandering around, it can be a real big problem. So, I would say it's up to the dog owner to take a dog to a natural area, but it's not a place I can take my dog. I've spent $400 twice getting foxtails out of paws. Number 4, I would love to see a better beach for dogs. The stretch from Arroyo Burro to the staircase is so full of rock that if you've got a big dog who likes to chase balls in and out of the ocean, you're inviting disaster because there's going to be an injury sooner or later. We take our dog to Campus Point. That's the cove between Campus Beach and Goleta Beach is nice and broad and flat, and it's an ideal place for dogs. But I'd like to be able to take my dog someplace else closer in and maybe not have to pay the $4 to park. I think East Beach from Sycamore Creek to the Bird Refuge Outfall is a pretty good place. Yes, there may be the times when Fish and Wildlife has to close off the beach because of the plovers, but you're going to kick the volleyball players off the beach at the same time. I see very little issue with regard to human-dog conflict on that stretch of East Beach, and I would love to see it opened up. Finally, if you want a really good example of a beautiful beach, a very clean beach, lots of people, lots of dogs coexisting, off-leash, people and dogs, go to Carmel. It's got a fantastic beach, and it's a great place. Dogs and people coexisting, and lots of them. So anyway, that concludes my comments, and I'd be happy to discuss with anybody at any time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, that concludes public comment, so I'm closing it. I also wanted to acknowledge that the commissioners have received emails from Sebastian Aldana, Sharon Durlam, Robin Theriault, and Mary Lou Sodomka. So those are in our packet. Okay, and I'm going to open it up now to the commission for comments. According to the agenda, you would like, I'm hearing something a little different, Ms. Zachary, from you than what is here. Here it says recommend that staff would like to have the commission recommend further evaluation of the 4 sites. But you want to hear our comments on the sites and make a recommendation based on those comments that may not include one of the sites, or am I reading this wrong?
Chair Wiscombe and members of the commission, that is the recommendation, but the commission can choose not to recommend pursuing one of the 4 sites.
Right, I understand. But that is still the staff recommendation that those 4 sites are pursued for evaluation.
Yes, that's our
Okay,
recommendation.
I just
and
wanted to
if
be
I could
clear.
just add, our next steps after this, because I did mention that there is no funding, we wanted to get to tonight so that we had a roadmap for the future. And so if this project does get funding, we will pick it up again. So
Right.
it's something that we will ultimately finish, set aside until we're able to move forward with funding to look at the project.
Okay.
So it sets us up to be ready when
Great.
funding is available. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for that clarification. Okay, I think we're going to open it up to the commission for your comments. Do we mind if we just move down the line and make our comments, or are you up for that, Ms. French? Huh? Okay.
Hi. This is a lot to consider at one time, being new to the commission, so I'll do my best. One of the thoughts about the Ortega Park area is that corner is used by a wide diversity of people on a drop-in basis. I've seen a lot of elderly folks there in backgammon games and the like, so I'm sure there's other locations that we might be able to move those kinds of facilities, but I did want to contribute that. But in that same neighborhood, there might be other sites that aren't part of the Parks and Rec, but that is